Pakistani. I am a proud Mawhiba alumni, and today I'm joined by fellow stars from Mawhiba who've graduated from various programs in the past couple of years. In my case, it's past couple of decades. Mawhiba is sponsored, or Mawhiba is created by the King Abdulaziz and his companions Foundation for Giftedness and Creativity. Mawhiba usually runs programs for elementary school students, secondary school students, and high school students, and sometimes in universities. The goal is to enable and empower youth in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through various programs that they offer in STEM majors. I'll start with you today, Jawharam. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Al-Jawhara, you've graduated, mashallah, with honors from Prince Sultan University. And during that time, while you were at college, studying business administration with a minor in accounting, you've also worked at Tasami. And Tasami is a non-profit organization focused on social entrepreneurship. So it seems that your focus is trying to make an impact that truly matters. And today, now you work at the Ministry of Culture at the Strategy and Value Creation. So could you please tell us a little bit about what changes you want to see in the coming decade until we reach 2040?
Sure. Thank you for the introduction, Tariq. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me to share a little secret with you today. I haven't shared the bio intentionally with the team today because I want to carry this conversation not as Al-Jawhara or behalf of Al-Jawhara, but as my generation as a whole, the generation of 2030. So the vision was unveiled on 2016, 6 years ago. It was a vision, a plan on papers, and we were students back then. One would say only a small drop in the ocean for a vision this big. But today, the vision is no longer just a plan. It's achievements. It's the reality we're living in. And we are an active player in achieving that ambition. How did we reach here today? It's for all the opportunities that was shown to us with the vision. It is the ambition, it is the belief in us from leadership that youth can do it. And what's next after Vision 2030? Vision 2030 for us, it's not the end goal, it's just the start. Vision 2040 would come ahead and new generations would take the lead. What we do today would create this, what we do today and the future the successes we're doing today will develop and build the future for the generations ahead of us. What we need to do is invest in the youth. They are the one who would carry the work we're doing today to build and reach Vision 2040 and beyond. We need to create the opportunities for them, empower them, and give them the responsibility of leading this future and shaping our future and reaching the full potential of our country.
Amazing, interesting. And actually, the impact that we're trying basically to encourage students or to empower students is creating a lot of impact. And today, I think we actually have an example. Dr. Faris is studying medicine now at the King Saud University, Abdulaziz University. You made us all proud by winning the first place at the National Olympiad competition, and then winning the winning a bronze medal at the 48th International Olympiad of Chemistry. And now you're studying medicine, obviously moving from STEM to medicine, and then but also focusing on creating value and through R&D in the healthcare sector. So what do you think our future will look like in the healthcare? Where do you see us going forward?
Sure. Thank you, Tariq, for this great introduction. Honestly, I'm honored to be here and to represent Saudi youth. Before I start, allow me to address our audience. Truly, it's an honor to be in a stage of this magnitude. Esteemed leaders of the world, it's truly an honor to be among you. Especially for the FII Institute, I would like to thank them for incorporating us, the youth, in their initiative and investing in us as we all invest in humanity. With regards to healthcare, I personally envision the future of healthcare as a highly digitized healthcare system that is precise and tailored to the needs of the individual. So when we look at the healthcare system in the future, I think we need to rely on the research and innovation in order to utilize these advancements that are happening in other domains than the healthcare and incorporate them into the healthcare system. That would enable us to focus more on the prognosis, the prevention, rather than just focusing on the management. So we have to take preemptive measures. Through this digitized system, we will be able to incorporate the advancements in data science. So once we have a collective data, we can then analyze such data in order to have the results that would enable us to predict parameters of healthcare. This will allow us also to modernize the healthcare system in a way that we can access a unified healthcare system, both within nation and across nations. This would also enable those who seek healthcare internationally to do so with ease. So I think the pillar of the future of healthcare is the modernization and digitalization of the healthcare system.
MashaAllah. Great. Nawaf, you've came, alhamdulillah, as-salama, you came to the event from Manchester. And basically, so what you're doing there is you're studying electrical and electronics engineering. You've graduated from Mawhiba a couple of years back. And now I wanted to ask you about what kind of challenges you think you and your peers are facing now, and how we go about solving them, especially since, we have a lot of, as Al-Jawhara mentioned, we have a lot of initiatives here in Vision 2030, and we have a lot of barriers. So how can we break them and excel in what you want to do?
Very good question, Tariq. First, I'm very glad to be here with you to talk about our ambitions for Vision 2040 and being proud of what has been accomplished in Vision 2030. Second, I would like to thank FII Institute to have young people to express their ideas about future, and special thanks to Mawhiba for enabling this opportunity. In my opinion, there are three main challenges facing the whole world affecting people's life, which are education, healthcare, and sustainability or energy. I choose these as fundamental challenges because I believe these, once they are tackled and improved in a positive way, will affect the quality of people's life in a positive way as well. The main problem of education and healthcare in the whole world is that these two sectors are not accessed by all people. Those people are not treated very well as others who do. Those people do not get education as others who do. So it's not balanced due to the shortage of facilities and staff, which causes a huge gap between the supply and demand. Another issue related to these two sectors is that these two sectors are not financially sustainable, which means that these two sectors are not relying on their revenues. There is another issue related specifically to the healthcare system, is that the population in the whole world is growing up, so more diseases come out. As we saw during COVID-19 pandemic, some national health services collapsed against this disease. So we need to have a very strong national health system to stand against these diseases. Also, we need to have a fixed ratio between the beneficiaries and staff with facilities. I know it's not an individual project. It is a national giga project set and monitored by governments, national organizations, and associations as well. In Vision 2030, we are very proud to have it. We have 2 core programs. Part of 8 core programs are only focusing on education and healthcare. We have the health transformation program, which has an aim to provide health services to 88% of population in Saudi Arabia by 2025. The other program is the Human Capability Development Program, which has some minor aims related to education sector. I hope that by 2040, and part of Vision 2040 is that all people in Saudi Arabia get an access to have healthcare services and education, which I believe these sectors or these hopes can be achieved through digital transformation, especially in the education sector. For the energy, Tariq, the main problem with energy, as people now, especially in the last couple of years, are talking about it, and energy and sustainability becomes to be popular, more popular. The simple issue is that there is a huge gap between the supply and demand. As I have said, the population in the whole world is going up, and the standard of living requirements is high, which is not compared to previous years. So providing enough energy and supply it as it is required is a challenge as well. It is expected that by 2035, the electricity demand to reach 40,000 terawatt hour.
Wow.
The carbon emissions are a challenge as well, because most of the energy production now are produced and extracted from fossil fuels. These challenges have a negative impact on growth, economic security, and prosperity of energy. So most people would think that the solution is renewable energy, but the shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy is a challenge as well. Another issue related to renewable energy is that renewable energy does not provide the same usage of fossil fuels. Petrochemical products are extracted and made from part of oil. Textiles, electronics, medical supplies, health and beauty products, some household products should have part of it extracted from oil, which cannot be replaced by renewable energy. Another issue related to renewable energy is that renewable energy is subjected to weather conditions. If we have enough wind, we will have enough wind energy. If we have enough solar radiation, we will have enough solar energy. Solar energy will provide the sufficient energy during the day, but the night there is no sun, so there is no solar energy. So the solution now, we need to reduce our dependency on oil, but we cannot get rid of it. And again, part of Vision 2030, we are very proud to have it. We have an aim, which is to live in a sustainable and environmental energy demand in the future years. Saudi Arabia has two main programs, part of the energy sector. The first program was announced by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which is a new concept in terms of reduction of carbon emissions, which is called the Carbon Circular Economy Program. This program is focused to minimize the carbon emissions based on 4 methods, which are reduction, reuse, recycling, and disposal. The other program is the hydrogen program. Saudi Arabian government is looking to make hydrogen part of their energy mix. And Saudi Arabia is looking to be a leader in that sector because of its strategic location and its low-cost hydrocarbon resources.
Very rich answer, and I'm sure we'll get back to you a lot with to focus on some of the challenges that you've mentioned. I'll go to Tarfa. Tarfa, you've graduated with honors, mashallah, from Al Faisal University in the degrees of, you got a degree in electrical engineering, and during that time also, you've participated in many competitions in science and engineering, and in fact, you've won the first place at the Boeing students competition with your design or poster on electrical vehicle motor controller, if that is correct. And now you are working at the Ministry of Energy at the policy strategy in the power policy sector strategy,
yeah.
I believe. So how is it like to work at the policy side, given the problems that Nawaf was talking about, what we need to do to enable our Vision 2030 pillars in the future?
Nawaf, you presented me with many challenges that I might have to answer right now, but before I proceed with answering your question, Tariq, I'd like first to join my colleagues in thanking Mawhiba for this opportunity, and I would like first to paint this picture. 11 years ago, when Mawhiba launched their first gifted student identification program, I was a grumpy little kid who felt like her break was stolen from her to take the stupid exam. And I thought to myself back then, like, why do I have to take it? And now I'm very glad and very grateful for these opportunities, as it is, in fact, directly linked to the place I am today and the platform I'm here with you today. and accompanied by my colleagues from each sector and seeing these huge accomplishments thanks to Mawhiba and thanks to the people who are working on it. So this is just a great thank you to them. Proceeding with your question, Tariq, I graduated a year ago and I joined the ministry a year ago. So I was faced with really two challenges, one being transitioning to adulthood and accompanied with an energy transition. So that was a huge thing for me where I felt like, how can I say it? It is we live in a world where the policymaker is at a lot of pressure right now. We live in unprecedented times when it comes to energy. Politics, climate change, economics, technology, innovation are a subset of words that I hear every day. And untangling them and trying to solve them, finding that delicate balance between these variables is the essence of my job, and it is the essence of policy making. Now, at the ministry, and as we heard the other day with His Royal Highness the Minister, someone came into the ministry and thought it was a tech firm because everyone was under 35. And I agree, I'm surrounded by my peers, I'm surrounded by young people, and it is magnificent to have. And for me, to be able to be involved in the decision-making process, creating policies, is not only investing in young generations, but making sure that they are part of that future. So I am actually working on policies that I will be living in the future for my children, my grandchildren. It is a really interesting field, working in the public sector. And as I said, especially in energy, I wouldn't say I'm excited about the challenges. However, I'm excited about being part of solving these challenges, understanding them, and passing the knowledge to the generation of 2040, because I consider us as Gen Zers, we're the generation of 2030 really. So I'm really excited about working here and really excited about the great accomplishments I hope I can be part of.
Amazing. So now I've talked about some of the challenges or the challenges, especially in sustainability. And I think you work now, I mean, since you are working at the Ministry of Energy, can you depict a picture for us of what's going to happen in the next couple of years, or next couple of decades at least?
Well, as I said, energy is under a lot of pressure right now. Depicting anything in the future is really hard. However, I can say this with great confidence, as I've seen from the leaders at the ministry, from the leaders in energy really, our future is in really great hands. And there are visions are being made, strategies are being made, policies, as I'm working on them, regarding every subject related to energy. So while that of worry, yes, but I think that there is an open conversation like the one we're having here at the Future Investment Initiative. And we've seen kind of the theme is leaning towards energy. So the leaders are talking about it. A lot of people are working on it. So, and as Nawaf mentioned, like His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince announced a lot of programs related to carbon, related to carbon emissions, related to circular carbon economy. So yes, we are working on it.
Amazing. So Nawaf, you're not too worried about the future?
Not so much, Tariq. As Tarfa mentioned that we are really confident, especially here in Saudi Arabia, about our leaders and what they are doing to sustain the future, especially to solve these challenges. As I have mentioned that these challenges are their top priorities to solve these challenges. We have core programs, part of the core programs at Vision 2030 to solve these challenges. We have core program the energy sector. We have core program related to health sector. We have core program related to education sectors. These three sectors, part of 8 sectors, are in the top priorities related to Vision 2030. And also for Vision 2040, as His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman mentioned that in one of his talks about Vision 2040, if we finish from Vision 2030, we will start to do Vision 2040 to help all the citizens and all people in Saudi Arabia to have a great future waiting for them.
Amazing. So Al Jawhara, you've mentioned creating an impact. and that's it's very difficult to create an impact at people's life. Mawhiba did leave something on all of us. We are here talking about what Mawhiba did for us. So what does it take actually for us to make that kind of impact for the future generations?
Sure. I think first of all, it takes ambition. If you have a generation of young people with big ambitions, each one would excel in a sector. Collectively, we will, as a nation, we will all excel in all sectors tomorrow. So if each one of us find their talent, unlock their potential, and try to excel in their niche area, we will all develop and reach that bigger picture. As well as having faith in the bigger vision, having faith in our leadership, having faith in our people, and also having faith in the process. It takes time. We won't be here today in just a day or just having that plans laid out. And as Saudis, I think we will do that by staying true to our identity, our values, and our principles. It will keep us more aligned with the vision, because that vision is not a country's vision. It aligns with all of us. It aligns with the mother at her home, improving her day-to-day quality of life. It implies to the female lawyer who didn't have the job, who didn't have the opportunity previously to have that kind of career. It implies to all of us. Also, when it comes to resilience, because the journey, as I said, it wouldn't be an easy journey. And as Arabs, we're known for our hard work, our dedication from history. And it will take so much resilience to reach the level we want to reach tomorrow. And also, it will take excellence. As Muslims, it's part of our religion. As Prophet, peace be upon him, said, Allah loves us to master our work. So, as I said earlier, if each of us excelled in an area, together as a nation, we can excel in all sectors and create that better country that we aspire to be in, and that we are part of it of today, generation after generation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Amazing. Like, a question for you. Now, we talk about policies and challenges. Like, to handle all of them needs manpower, needs talented people to work on it. صح? So do you think, and especially, and one of the challenges that Nawaf mentions was healthcare, what you focus on. Do you think that we have enough scientists and doctors and talented people who can help us achieve our dreams until 2040? And if not, what can we do?
Excellent. Thank you for the question. It's actually an important distinction. I think if we look at the numbers, some would say that yes, we do not have enough. But an important distinction is between the quantity versus quality. I think we should aim on the quality rather than just focusing on the quantities and numbers of scientists. And it all begins with empowering the youth, as they are the future. And I am lucky to be affiliated to my university, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. They have supported me throughout this long journey. I'm in my final year as a medical student. So throughout this long years, I have faced support everywhere. And I think this is the core need that youth require. In order to be scientists, or I would say my fellow panelists would agree that it's not only about science in itself, but in any field in general. I think we need to be enabled. First of all, we need to be believed in, and to be enabled in order to follow our passion in a way that we are given trust. And I believe that once youth is enabled in a way that they are really satisfied with what they're doing, I think that would lead to higher numbers, and not only higher numbers, but the quality itself would be much higher, I think the impact is what we should be focusing on, not only the numbers. And another important aspect really that I wanted to include is the recognition of talent and giftedness at an early age. I think Mawhiba has done a great role on this part throughout the years. Personally, take me for example, I started my journey with Mawhiba back in 2013. After I won the first place in the National Junior Science Olympiad, I was fortunate enough to be sponsored by Mawhiba, and that has enabled me to represent my country, Saudi Arabia, in the international Olympiads. But not only me, this has extended to my family as well. So my sister Siham has also represented Saudi Arabia in the International Junior Science Olympiad. So, and also my youngest sibling, Soha, is also, as we speak now, is preparing for the international competition, International Junior Science Olympiad. That's happening in Colombia this December. So you can see the effect of finding talent can spread not only to the single person that you're finding, but also his siblings, his community, and with that effect, we could reach the country level. I think it's really important, and especially I'd like to thank Mawhiba for this great opportunity, honestly, to be sponsored by them and to have gone through this fruitful journey of multiple international representation of our beloved country. So when it comes to science specifically, I think there's an important factor that plays a role is the ambiguity of science. It's difficult to depict how your job would be as a scientist, and that can be solved through mentorship, and also Mawhiba is doing a great role on that as well. So I think by enabling the youth through mentorship, through one-on-one sessions, and through internship as well, I think this will have high impact on their outcomes, getting back to the quality versus quantity. So just keep that in mind, that as our audience, leaders of the world, I think it's important to focus on youth in a matter of detecting giftedness and creativity in all areas, of course. But as we speak of science, I had to reference for that. But I think the core principle to seeing our ambitions come to life is detection of giftedness and creativity at an early age. I would like to add also, for the youth, I think it's important to be prepared, to be always ready, because you never know when the chance is going to come. So you always have to do your best, whether you have the chance or not, whether you have the excellent circumstances or not. You have to work hard, because it's not a matter of luck, honestly. It's a matter of a chance that lands on someone who's prepared. So that's an important point to address to the youth, as they are the future.
I think you and I share something regarding with Mawhiba, that we both were accidentally discovered by Mawhiba.
Yes.
صح?
Yes.
But you just mentioned right now that it's not about luck, it's about being ready when the chance lands on you. طيب الحين for the future, طيب how can we make sure that يعني we can discover our talents يعني in a more proactive way, instead of يعني getting it led to the chance? So what in short answer?
I think the important factor is to explore. It's hard to know what you are interested in or talented without actually exploring it. So I would encourage everyone listening to explore their potential. Whether they would succeed or not, that's up to their efforts.
How can they explore?
I think there are many channels, especially now with Vision 2030. We have multiple channels that enable the youth. For example, MISC Foundation, as well as multiple other channels. So
you're basically encouraging
being
people
proactive
to look for those opportunities.
Exactly.
But is it on the kids who go to school, or on their parents to find these chances for them?
Honestly, it's a mixture of both. You cannot enforce your vision on your child, for example.
Kid.
They have to align in terms of their vision and goals, because talent comes in many ways. It's not about being a scientist or an entrepreneur or something related to Vision 2030, for example, or the future. We have many faces of talent, but the important thing is to find what face suits you.
Yeah. Okay.
If you allow me to add to that point, from personal experience, I was part of the Mawhiba Alumni, and Mawhiba's program were purely focused on the sciences. So I grew up thinking I want to be a heart surgeon at the time. I joined for 3 years medical programs at each summer because I wanted to be a doctor, a heart surgeon. To my surprise, after exploring it on real ground, I don't like medicine and I don't like blood. So it's not exploring even the opportunities like we thought we liked, or this is the career path for us, would help us open up more opportunities. So at the time, there were I couldn't see many like business-related opportunities, and I knew I was more interested in that area because part of our education system, A+ students are expected to be like engineers, doctors, and all are great professions, but I didn't find myself in it. So I started volunteering with foundations, organizations, different events, and finding that I enjoyed that the most. So I think exploring whether it's an educational opportunity, it's a volunteering opportunity, or even an entertainment opportunity, you can create a career out of like any passion you have.
So I think it goes to the education, right? And the education, the way that we get educated and the way that we educate
Yes.
our kids is what makes an impact.
Let me second that.
Extracurricular activities for students, especially early on, is very important. Even if it was sports or hobbies, it helps you grow furthermore than only focusing on that lens and looking at life through like one area and one lens.
Yeah, let me second you, Jahara, for your experience, because I've had the exact same experience where I went for a medicine program one summer and I discovered, oh man, I really don't like medicine and cutting things up. And I do second you on your point. This is a unique problem, really. Yani. In the past, knowledge was scarce, experiences were scarce, and finding any opportunity and hanging on to it is the only option, really. But now you have so many options, and the challenge here really is how to figure out what you want, what you like, and how to utilize your time in the best way possible. I think it's a unique challenge, and I'm kind of jealous of the new generations for having these, I would say, privileges, really, and I can see how it can turn into a challenge, because I've heard someone say, and I can't recall who said it exactly, having too many options is like having no options at all. So it is really a unique challenge that is facing the new generations. Of course, through Mawhiba, we've had a privileged position of trying many fields, but I can imagine, I've seen a lot of my peers struggle with their career options and with their actually specialty options when going into their undergraduate studies, because you really have just one shot at it and it's a hit or miss at this point. Yeah, I really want to see that change happen in the education system, where variety overcomes specialty, especially in younger years.
Yes.
Definitely.
Just to add on that, yes, I think it's an excellent point of view. This also adds to the importance of detection of talent at an early age. As we have so many options now, that sometimes once you get to that level, at a graduate level or undergraduate, it seems like you're lost because of so many options. So I think the solution to that is showcasing those options for the youth at an early age, so they get the chance to explore throughout the longitudinal area length in years. So with that time, I would believe that this ambiguity or multiple options dilemma is reduced in a sense. So this adds to the point of we really have to invest into detecting talent and exploring our options at a much early age, especially in the future as options are growing more and more.
And I believe it's already happening today in the education sector. So I don't have any siblings in the K-12 school programs, but I've heard that just this year they started uh, a, um, a, a program that where you choose your major early on in school rather than in university. So the last 2 years would be focused on the type of career you'd like to study and continue your undergraduate studies in. And that's a great advancement in education, not just to have like 2 types of careers, rather than to start learning more early on about it. To if you want to change your career, you still have the option. It's like a shortcut for us youth. And we can also see many companies are welcoming internships for undergraduate studies. We have our universities are including a co-op program where we have like students are required to complete training before their official graduation. And this gives them hands-on experience on professional work, on the work ethics, and how to enter that work field. Because we see many people struggling after graduation saying that people require experience, but I don't have any experience. So internships is just one way for students and people still that haven't graduated yet to explore that.
Amazing. And Nawaf, I think when you discussed about some of the challenges that you are not worried but careful, I mean, you want to be careful about for the next couple of decades. You mentioned also energy sustainability. So in your opinion, what are the metrics that we should keep an eye on in order to make sure that in the future we are more comfortable when it comes to energy?
Again, very good question, Tariq. The good news about that, we have seen a lot, many countries are working and collaborating together to reach sustainability in the next years. In my opinion, I would like to see the 3Ds, I call them, in the next couple of decades, which are decarbonization, the decentralization, and digitalization. What does each D mean? I will go for each one with a brief explanation and examples behind these. For the decarbonizations, most of the energy products now are producing from fossil fuels, which have negative impact on environment. So we need more investment on technology, on energy sources to reduce carbon emissions. For instance, we need more investment in green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is one type of hydrogen that is extracted from renewable energy. It is a clean, green, renewable, and sustainable energy source as well. We need also more investment in capture and carbon capture and storage, which will reduce carbon emissions and enable blue hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is a type of hydrogen energy that is extracted from fossil fuels, but this time the carbon emissions are injected to carbon capture and storage, the CCS technology. By the way, Saudi Arabia is one of the countries that is committed to reach carbon net zero by 2060. The second D is decentralization. It is a concept that where the owner of a unit or the owners of units produce their energy based on their needs. One of the trend examples related to that concept is the community solar, which is based on the sharing economy concept, where the whole cost of the plant is covered by the private individuals. The third D is digitalization. We see digitalization across many segments, but the energy sector has less usage of digitalization. To transfer to be decarbonized plant is a complex process. The decentralization concept need a monitor to monitor the demand fluctuations. So we need digital solutions to achieve the first and the second D as well. For example, we need AI, artificial intelligence. We need some predictive analysis tools. We need digital twins. These are some of the examples of the digitalization that will help us and will make positive impact on our environment and especially the energy sustainability to help us reach sustainability of energy in the 2040. And I hope to see this part of Vision 2040, especially the next couple of decades will be after Vision 2040.
Amazing. So the 3Ds, I think the one that I think we could work on is digitalization, because it requires people who work on these kind of initiatives, right? And to work on them, basically you need to empower and enable, in my opinion, students university graduates to work on in the digitalization arena. Do you agree with me or not? And then how can we enable more of our peers to work on in the digitalization sector?
It is a very good question, Tariq, actually. In terms of digitalization, it is a private project. So private individuals, companies can work on these. We can have digital machines, digital services. These will help us to transfer to decarbonize plant.
Who will build them?
Sorry?
Who would build them?
Companies can build these, and it is a profit for them at the end. So they will have a profit, and they will help to enable digitalization process in terms of energy sustainability.
Okay, but the knowledge, I mean, those companies will have to require, I mean, recruit students or recruit people who would work on them, right? So they have to recruit people who are talented or to basically, or bring knowledge from outside, right? So here in Saudi, for example, do you think our schools offer proper education in that area where they can then graduate and work for these companies and make these kind of impacts?
We have very good universities here in Saudi Arabia, which has some facilities, and the staff there are very educated. Facilities have a lot of good equipment, so that will help the digitalization process. We have KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and you are one of the alumni from them. We have KFUBM and other universities. These universities has good facilities, has good staff, will help to achieve the third D and will help to achieve the sustainability of energy sector.
Okay, great. So I think maybe our discussion converged or boiled down to, I think, education. We need to empower youth, educate them, give them opportunities, and have them choose without getting them confused. If I summarized, I think, correctly, right? So in your opinion, are there things that we need to change in the education sector here in the kingdom? Is there an 80-20 kind of rule? Is there a 20% of the things that we could do that can create an 80% of an impact? Who would like to?
I wouldn't say change. I would say improve.
Improve.
I think we can implement the goals that we're looking for, what we're seeking in 2040 at an early age. That's why I think the critical area or the critical age group, not only focusing on the graduate level or undergraduate. Of course, we have excellent universities, but as we mentioned earlier, this can be a bit too late. I think to have a common knowledge of what we envision in the future, a digitalized system, I think we should start implementing those changes at a much younger age, to have it as a common language between the youth, who are going to be in the future the leaders of the future. So I think we should start at an early age. Of course, the education system is excellent, but I think a bit of improvement can be added in terms of seeing what we are trying to achieve in the future and implementing it now to see the changes, to see the changes and to see the improvement throughout the years.
طيب, is the opportunity equal? Is the kid or the student in, for example, let's say Sharura in Najran, getting the same opportunity that someone in Riyadh school is getting? If that is not, so what can we do to change that? Who would like to take that?
Let me take this question. Mainly because I've studied in public schools my whole life, so I know the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I do think that our education system has a lot, needs to do a lot of improvements. However, I would like to put an emphasis on one point. Throughout human history, knowledge was very scarce, only accessible to the wealthy and the privileged. And now we live in a times where I can be virtually in an MIT lecture hall, listening to the best of professors in the world, only one click away, which is truly an amazing accomplishment for humanity and civilization. What I want to see in the education system is diverting away from the traditional ways that the system is currently what it is, And as we've seen with COVID and post-COVID times, how it only took a unified effort and a motive to truly transform the experience of education. What I want to see is expanding that scope, working on it, creating more of a personalized and tailored education programs, mainly to fit all and not to be not to be a very static system. I want to see a dynamic system with many mediums. It is really, again, it's a unique challenge of today's youth where we have many options. I mean, yes, I learned a lot throughout my school years, but I learned even more through the internet. It is such a unique time where knowledge is only accessible, is really accessible one click away throughout any field, any skill, anything. For all I can know, I can learn ballet through YouTube or something. So what I want to see is a more dynamic system, a system that fits all and not only one. A gifted student has no definition really. So we want to see more gifted students throughout many sectors. Yes, STEM is great. I love engineering. I truly love my field. I love science. But I want to see gifted students in poetry and culture and many of the sciences that are what we really see right now as careerless, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Torfa.
I would like to comment on what Tarfa said. Tarfa mentioned something very important, that is, I can access everything while I'm just sitting here. It is all about digitalization.
True.
I can access some materials for, as Tarfa said, for professor at MIT.
Yep.
I would like to say something and emphasize on it. The opportunities are available everywhere, but the question is, who will take the opportunity?
And how can we make them reach everywhere?
As I said, it is all digitalized world now. Wi-Fi can bring everything. So it is based on internet.
Yeah.
It is available on YouTube, the material. It is available on some platform, so we can access them. It is all available, but who will go and take it and have it?
If you allow me to add.
Thank you. I think our time is now up. It was interesting and discussion that we had today.
If you just allow me, I just want to say one final remark. And I know we talked about a lot about change today, and I just want to offer an alternative perspective on today's session. There are things that we want to keep and we don't want them to change. Change really is a double-edged sword of an expression. You know, when the Vision 2030 was first announced in 2016, I was a high schooler, and I remember the feeling of reassurance that my future was being planned, and this vision, I will be part of this vision. So I really want to keep, and I do not want to change the excitement for tomorrow, and the excitement for tomorrow, and the eagerness to really own this future.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
It was lovely to have you all, and we hope
Thank you very much.
for you to enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
Tariq.
great to be here with you today. Before we get started, I want to make sure that everyone is in the right state of mind. We're going to be operating at the intersection of many important themes, but it really comes down to regenerative everything and understanding that we're all very much interconnected. So let's start by all taking a collective breath. Inhale, exhale. And part of the reason that I have us starting that way is because we often think of business, whether it's venture or otherwise, as being super disconnected from ourselves and the life around us. And I think it's time that we move to a new perspective, one that integrates all that we do with the understanding that it actually leads to outperformance and better results. I come to you as a ray from good light, representing our community, our team of individuals who have been investors, founders, advisors. They've worn many hats. We've all worn many hats. I'm Jacques-Philippe Pivelgier. Historically, born in New York, spent my summers in Haiti, where my family spent most of the last several hundred years. And professionally, I've worked for a couple of large investment firms, AIG Investments, PineBridge Investments, 100 billion, 500 billion, across lots of different asset classes. And it's with that perspective that about a year and a half ago, myself and my team decided to take a look at the venture space itself to see how it could be more robust, right? What are the things that we could fix? And we're going to dig into that a little bit later, but at the core, it was about regenerative. It's about inclusion. It's about diversity. It's about inclusion, equity. It's about what are the significant challenges of our time and how do we address them in a truly meaningful way. Many people will probably ask, what is a regenerative model? If you think about it, in recent years, we've been talking about sustainable development goals, and that's definitely a step in the right direction, but really all that does is it keeps us in the status quo, right? What we've been doing, we're sustaining it, and at least that's better than what we've done for the last 100 years since the Industrial Revolution. But where we need to go is a place of regenerative progress, right? If you think about the resources that we've been granted over the years in our collective humanity, we've been depleting them very quickly. And for whatever reason, the businesses that we develop, whether it's venture, our core business, and otherwise, we've been focused on depleting to benefit ourselves. But we believe at Good Light that there's definitely an opportunity to do this differently, to incorporate the core elements of what we're about, whether it's the community, the employees, the customers, the portfolio companies that we're working with, all the different tenants, in such a way that we collaborate and move forward together so that the results could be more fulsome. I think it's kind of obvious that this is something that we should be doing, but there are definitely question marks in the space, right, as to whether or not incorporating DEI and ESG actually support us. Companies in the top quartile, this is a statistic from McKinsey from 2015. There have been questions as to whether or not diversity, equity, inclusion, for example, is there a correlation between that and performance? And what we've actually found is that when companies have greater diversity in their boards and their senior leadership, they're 34 more likely to have financial returns above those of their peers, right? That's truly significant. Similarly, with gender equity, women co-founders tend to outperform companies owned by solely men by a factor of about 63%, according to First Round Capital. And there was also a report by BCG not too long ago that looked at what happens with every dollar that we spend, that we provide to various co-founders. For co-founders that are women, all women or partially women, they tend to return something in the order of 78 cents for every dollar that's invested. For men, it's less than half of that, right? It's a factor of 2.5x, right? So there's a lot of data that supports that it's important that we really dig in and bring more people into the fold. The kinds of challenges that we're looking to deal with no longer allow us to be myopic and only use what I consider to be a fraction of our collective minds, right? We need all the good ideas to be in the fold so that we can come up with amazing solutions that help us meet the challenges of today. When I have very little time to talk about what we're doing at Good Light, I often describe it as creating the future of venture capital. Why do I say that? I say that because, it's important to take stock. Over the last 50 plus years, venture capital has been critical at helping to create very important businesses and companies the world over that have, allowed us to progress, significantly, right? But the challenges that we're currently facing need more. And also, when you look at the actual models themselves, they tend to be very centered around a few individuals, the partners, the teams, in that they're focused, they themselves source everything, they evaluate everything, they support the portfolio companies. So if you think back to what I said at the beginning, I started my career at some very large platforms across all asset classes, private equity, hedge, real estate, you name it. And they tend to be quite large, but venture just doesn't scale in the same way. And if you think about the challenges that we really need to address, they're massive. And most venture funds will just not be able to address the challenges with the prevailing model. So what we've done at Good Light is we've incorporated technology and collective expertise in the form of community such that we can make every aspect of the business far more robust, right? So the top of our funnel, by virtue of the fact that we have thousands, eventually millions of people involved with us, just has more deal flow. We see more opportunities. And that's a critical component of what you want to see in venture. The next thing relates to evaluations. Again, the core team, the partners, the investment committees typically focused on evaluating companies based on their core expertise. The dirty secret within venture is that 75% or so of venture funds, 75% or so of venture funds actually do not outperform, they do not do very well. I got the 1 minute mark, although that didn't feel like 10 minutes. But so a large percent of they don't actually perform very well. And so what we've done is we'll have dozens of relevant sector experts participating in those evaluations, and we have a very data-driven, robust process where qualitative information is inputted, qualitative info comes out on a scale of 1 to 100, and if it meets our threshold, we're more likely to participate. I welcome each and every one of you to join us in our Good Light journey, because it's really going to take all of us working together in order to solve the greatest challenges of our time. And I appreciate you carving out this time with me today. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to talk about how tech can solve global health inequality. Healthcare feels like it's been on the verge of transformation for years, if not decades. But in a matter of months, the pandemic broke down, long-standing barriers, and accelerated digital health at a pace few could have imagined. But vast health disparities still plague the world. The WHO has identified the conditions in which people are born, as well as where they grow, live, work, age, can influence a significant percentage of health outcomes. Most advanced economies tend to produce medicines and biotech advancements at a faster pace, and communities in those economies tend to have quicker access to new innovations. So how can we make sure that we have health equality where everyone has access and affordable health care with these new innovations? And how can investors prioritize equality while still getting a return? I'm joined by a wonderful panel to talk about that today. Nita Medhav, Senior Director of Ginkgo Bioworks. Dr. Ali Parsa, Founder and CEO of Babylon Health. Sophie Smith, Founder and CEO of Nabta Health. And Dr. Shamshir Vayalil, Chair and Managing Director of BPS Healthcare. Thank you so much for joining us. Sophie, let's start with you. You know, we talk about tech and how it can solve all of our problems, not just in health, but everywhere, right? But technology is a tool, and it's less about whether it can, address inequality on its own, and more about how people use it and become more sophisticated in developing health solutions for everyone.
Yeah, that's correct. So we've had various tools at our disposal for years now with analog or digital capabilities that could all, at some point in the right hands, have potentially solved health inequalities. With digital technologies, and I think when people think about digital tech, specifically in the context of low and middle income countries, they're predominantly talking about phones. You have a tool that can fundamentally do two things. It allows you to hold on your person at any one point in time a lot of information, information that you can access and use, information about yourself, your money, your contacts. And the second thing it allows you to do is to share that with everybody. So I think the bigger question is not can we use tech to solve global health inequalities, but will at any point in our lifetimes human beings learn to share?
It's a great point. And Nita, you've said the same. I mean, it's a tool, right? But it's really how society uses it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the important thing to keep in mind here is that technology can't be the be-all and end-all. It is going to be a part of the solution. And one thing that we think about a lot is how does this fit into the broader framework of global health and biosecurity? Because we're thinking from the standpoint of how do we build better health systems to be able to address the inequalities, because we've seen even with pandemics that this actually exacerbates the existing inequalities. So the better that we can get at preventing, detecting, and responding to epidemics and pandemics, the better that we can solve the problem of inequality.
So talk a little bit about those key areas where technology can play a role in helping us combat those health threats.
Absolutely. So the first place that I see we can apply technology where we haven't done so effectively in the past is actually more effective surveillance systems to really detect when those first cases are emerging, or even in a more futuristic sense, to anticipate where cases from an epidemic or pandemic might start. And one of the ways to do this is by building persistent, pervasive, and passive surveillance systems that are constantly monitoring, not just waiting for something to happen before news reaches places where then a response can be mounted. So the first is the improved surveillance systems. The second is really in trying to improve the existing health systems. Because if the health systems don't function in regular times, then we really can't expect them to perform well in times of crisis. So it's really a matter of improving those health systems. And of course, this is not just a technological innovation. This really comes down to improving in the areas of community health, improving the numbers of healthcare workers, and adding to the health systems in that way. And then the third area where I see technology could really achieve some growth and equality is that we've seen now a trend towards more localized production systems for medical countermeasures and vaccines. And this could be an area where there's more local capacity is built, and then that can also help to improve the global distribution of these life-saving drugs and vaccines.
Shamsir, talking about improving healthcare systems, you focus also on building capacity. So how does tech help you do that?
So for me, it's never been tech alone. I'm a hospital guy for my manufacturing. So for us, it's an enabler. It's something to connect the patient with the system. So we have seen during COVID, the front doors opened through technology. We had telemedicine, which was always there, which you are masters of it. But we have seen how that changed the whole way people look at healthcare, because there was no need for people to come into the hospitals. And that also helps us to reduce the cost, because rising cost is a big issue for all the governments. The workforce, for me, that particular workforce access to remote areas is what tech can do a major role, because connecting the last mile, and tech is always, health is a sector where there's a lot of regulations because it's dealing with lives. So I think we need a open door policy where regulators come and share the data. Like you said, you mentioned a very valid point, because I think it's a global problem. The COVID is gone, we see people gathering, but the next one that comes, we should look at technology with a different lens altogether.
So, and Ali, Babylon's mission is to put accessible and affordable health service in the hands of every person on earth. And so I would assume that technology helps you do that. How do you use technology to help in the access and affordability?
So if you break that sentence, accessible, as long as you can deliver most of the healthcare most people need on the mobile devices they already have, that's highly accessible. As Dr. Shamsir just quite rightly described, in the pandemic, we had no other choice. We did have to deliver our healthcare remotely. Prior to the pandemic, people thought that cannot be done. Amazing how it was done almost overnight when there was no other choice. Then the question becomes affordable. 2/3 of the costs in healthcare, as Dr. Shamsir again just said, sit in the workforce. If you can automate some of what they do, you significantly reduce the cost. And it just happens that 70% on the costs are on predictable, preventable diseases. What we do with our body is what we used to do with our cars 20 years ago. We wait until it breaks down, we take it to a garage.
We're all like that, right?
Right, we all do that. So the question really is, can we collect enough data as we do with our cars? Can we bury enough sensors to collect the data, to see what's happening, to intervene earlier, to reduce the cost? It's a long-term shift, but that shift from sick care to healthcare and from manual to automated is the secret to affordability in healthcare.
So you're not only saying, like, and we'll talk about, you know, some of these health apps and things like that, but you're not only saying that it's a tool for the patient, but you're saying that the data is really one of the most key aspects of the tech, which helps the healthcare provider do more preventative medicine.
If I can dare, I go a little bit further. I think that data is everything. To me, it makes no sense that we wait until a data show itself in a symptom, and then we wait for a human being to take an action on that symptom to feel so miserable until they go see a doctor, versus being able to collect that data in real time through our watches, phones, embeddables, tests, to be able to act fundamentally more quickly on that data.
And Sophie, I mean, talk about that. You know, healthcare is moving towards a more consumer-centered model where people are shopping for healthcare, sharing data with apps and services across technology, and that's democratizing access to healthcare and, you know, has an opportunity to create more equality because the access is more readily available.
It is. The irony is that actually without fundamental shifts in the ecosystem, even if you were to make tools available to every person on Earth today, there would not be health equality. The reason for that is because the vast majority of clinical trials and research today do not occur in a distributed fashion across the world. 92% occur in the US and Europe. The remaining 8% mostly occur in the Far East, where they have to be demographically representative, which means that only a very, very, very small percentage of clinical trial participants, A, are female, about 19% in total, and a tiny percentage of those are of Middle East and African, South Asian origin. So maybe you can talk about democratized access through effective tooling, but as Ali says, you know, the data is everything, and until that data is representative not just of a subset of the human population, but the entire population, we will never have health equality.
So you're saying that it's not just about the access to healthcare and the software solutions for, say, community health workers or healthcare providers in low resource setting, but you're saying if the data isn't being kind of developed with that in mind, it's always going to have that inequity.
Correct. I mean, you just need to look at the mics that we're all wearing. They're meant to be invisible, but they have been developed by white Caucasians for white Caucasian skin. And then on the majority of faces in this audience, they are not invisible. And that's what happens not just in healthcare, but in everything, every aspect of human-centric design. There is a lack of inclusivity, which means that the things that are built, the medications that are designed, the drugs that are tested, the tools and the procedures that are put into place are not inclusive.
So Nita, for the new technologies to reduce the inequality and not introduce more inequality, we need to be more intentional about how these new technologies are being developed and deployed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sophie made a very fantastic point that the biases and the inequalities that we, maybe sometimes even don't realize that we have, can play a role as we develop technology. Technology is not neutral. It's going to encompass all of the biases of the people that develop it. And so I think part of what we need to do for being intentional is really to think about the whole population and to think about how to have community engagement and engaging the different parts of the whole population when we're thinking about developing these solutions.
Ali, talk about what ways countries can develop opportunities to entice global investors and innovators into advancing development, these type of developments through partnerships that we're talking about here.
So I think that if you look at a adjacent industry, take automotive cars. Lucid has started thinking about putting a manufacturing facility, for instance, in Saudi Arabia. And the way they did that was because the Saudis made it very clear that they're welcome here and they're allowed to develop here. And that was a shift from a combustion engine to electric, and they grasped that transition. I think in healthcare, I believe that we're going to see a transition from the sick care that is facility-based, doctor-based, sickness-based, into healthcare, which is about data-centric, proactive, continuous monitoring, and predicting to proactively act. Whichever authority embraces that, they will attract the kind of companies who want to go and show that can be done. So it is not about investment, it's about creating the infrastructure, the regulatory environment for innovation in the healthcare.
Well, and on the equality issue, I mean, how can, Shamsir, how can investment play a role in prioritizing these emerging markets for when funding these medical and biotech advancements? How can we make that case that preventative investment, basic levels of care, instead of the kind of crisis management that we're talking about?
I think what I feel is that every investor wants returns. Every startups, people that invest into the startups, they are also looking for return. And if you take those into the emerging markets or the frontier, there's always a risk factor which increases the expectation of the returns. So I think what we are missing is the scale, because healthcare is so done in pockets. You have the US systems which cannot, you don't see the scale, right? You see a center, you take them out of US, it rarely works. But I think what we are missing is a scale play where we have to think of industrializing healthcare. We need more of a hybrid model where tech alone can be the solution. So I think we have the pharma companies only looking at the new molecules, but they're not part of making sure that the health outcomes as a provider takes the risk is not happening.
Well, on that note, how does biotech have a role to play in advancing inequality?
So I think it's all about bringing the cost down. People have realized that the luxury of healthcare is gone. It's becoming a necessity. And it's not just your borders or the boundaries that define what your economy can perform, because we have seen during COVID, it happened, started somewhere, reached across the globe, because it's all a connected world. So I don't think that any country or region would want to take that risk again. So it's always important to use these technologies to do a proper surveillance and make sure that we are not hit by a surprise again, which I don't think the economies can take. So probably, we keep crying about equality, but I think it has a business case, it has an opportunity. This is where minds can meet. These are the forums where ideas can evolve. And I think having Saudi as one of the major leaders in these kind of platforms, I think like Lucid can come, many disruptions can come east. And I think this is where I think the disruption can happen.
But being more kind of localization also has to be targeted to that market then.
So I think every market cannot, because everyone wants this to be a local play, right? But for me, I think it's a global play. You have seen the dynamics shift. We need the scale, and scale cannot come from just one region alone, because we will never have enough workforce or resources to keep duplicating, and that will again increase the cost. So I think with like Saudi looking at downstreams, a lot of API, the active pharmaceutical ingredients come from downstream. So there's a lot of value proposition that people are seeing. So cross-border ecosystem is opening up. So probably that is, I think, the way to look at stuff at this point of time.
So Sophie, Nabta Health would be considered, I guess, what they call femtech now, which is this term applied to a category of software diagnostics products and services that use technology to focus on women's health. And I think when we talk about equity, we forget that we're also addressing the gender issue.
Yeah, so it's a funny thing. I mean, if you talk about women's health, people tend to automatically think reproductive health. But when we think healthcare for women, we're thinking about making sure that everything that is designed and built in the healthcare ecosystem works as well for women as it does for men. Again, women were excluded from clinical trials until 1993 largely, which means that today women are still 50 to 75% more likely than men to suffer adverse reactions to drugs, because the majority of drugs, including things like paracetamol, haven't necessarily been designed for or tested on women. actually what we look at specifically is chronic disease management. And chronic diseases are another really interesting area because you talk about introducing surveillance so that we can anticipate where the next pandemic might arise. But there's no point doing that if, as in the US, 88% of the adult population are chronically unwell. So 88% of adults in the US have insulin resistance, which is a precursor to diabetes and a whole load of other chronic diseases. That's 2/3 of all healthy weight adults, 92% of overweight adults, and over 99.5% of obese adults. And what health experts during the pandemic were very quick to realize is that if you have an underlying health condition like insulin resistance, you become at risk for COVID-19 and any other communicable disease. So as long as we as a population continue to be accidentally unwell, it doesn't matter how much effort we put into understanding where the next pandemic might be coming from. When it comes, we will still go into a global lockdown. There will still be massive kind of implications from a global economic perspective. We have to work at educating and supporting people in becoming healthy and well on a daily basis. To Ali's point, healthcare needs to become about healthcare, not sick care. And for that to happen in a world where the vast majority of the disease burden is chronic rather than acute, it has to be devolved out of facilities and become decentralized, patient-centric, and patient-led.
Well, Nita, how much do you think that COVID created a demand for digital healthcare and healthy innovations? And again, did we learn the lesson of COVID, or are these still like dealing chronic conditions and not the kind of preventative, data-centric, or even, like one of the gentlemen that I was talking to this week has a healthcare app that, will deliver anything anywhere. I mean, how much are these just like symptomatic but not kind of treating the problem?
Well, I think it's a great question, and I think COVID was probably the most studied epidemic. There generated a wealth of data, but I think to Sophie's point, I don't think it's really necessarily shifted the mindset into more of a prevention and a proactive approach, as Ali mentioned. And I think that's something that we've been trying to look at in the global health community, and I think I see a lot of parallels in the clinical community as well, that there really needs to be a shift of mindset to a more proactive system and approach, and really thinking about how to anticipate and to treat, or even to have preventive care before something really becomes out of control and unmanageable.
Mm-hmm. Ali?
Honestly, Sophie is now my number one new hero in healthcare. I don't know how well you've been listening to what she's saying, but the problem is the healthcare model we have now, this $10 trillion industry, supports
$10 trillion.
Global healthcare, with one of the largest sectors in the whole world economy, supports a tiny minority of human beings. Vast majority of humans have very little access to healthcare. And imagine how much bigger our industry would be and how much more powerful it'd be if it served most rather than a small number. And the reality is, I think Einstein said the definition of insanity is to keep doing what we've been doing and expect a different results. And the reality is that we keep doing what we do because, as Shamsheer quite rightly said, when it goes to take investment, people will look at the track record of what worked and invest in what worked. So you have this circular situation. So when disruptive innovations happen, it happens through a magical moment in time that an insanely bright person like an Elon Musk comes along and makes the impossible possible by being able to collect so much capital over such a prolonged period of thing to make a Tesla work. Can you imagine if the current condition where the money for growth has dried out existed only 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, Shamsheer, why don't, people, we invest in biotech, right? Because that's considered a high return a high return sector. But healthcare, why is that not considered a sector that would have great returns when the impact and the need is so great?
Now, I think if you look at the US systems, the most successful organizations are all not-for-profit. So I think there has been a cultural thinking that healthcare is not meant to make profits. If you say I'm a hospital network, we make so much margins, and it's like, is it good? But I think it's good enough to have more investments. Like what Ali said, it's the largest industry. We are at the phase of something like a recession coming in. I think we need to act fast. We need to think of wider scale, otherwise we'll keep talking about this, we'll keep talking about equality, we'll keep talking about democratizing. I think if the people like us don't sit across and come up with a solution, I think that would be a grave mistake that we all will do. So,
and then on the investment, when you go back to what you were saying earlier, Sophie, about how women, for instance, that that is again a whole sector of potential investment. In investing in half of the population, you would think that would be much more of a driver of commerce and investment.
Yes, you'd have thought. I think to Ali's point, people invest most of the time, despite the fact that venture capital historically has been a risk-taker's game, in things that they have seen work in other places. So if you say that you're going to build exclusively for a segment of the population that has largely been excluded, you're by default.
Well, there's a white space in the market.
Yeah, but it's not perceived that way. It's not perceived as a gap. It's still weirdly perceived as a niche. I think, in the women's healthcare space to date, there still has not been a single venture capital dollar invested into women's health technologies in the MENA region outside Israel. All of the investments that have been done into women's health technologies to date have been angel investments.
Well, that might also be because women have, which is a whole nother panel, but women are the ones that are going to be developing that, and they don't have access to capital.
The statistics would agree with you. In the MENA region last year, 1.2% of venture capital went to female founders. We had our
1.2%.
Yeah, we had our worst month ever, I think, in July this year. It's got worse since COVID, by the way. 0.1% of venture capital in the MENA region went to female-founded companies. And that's not for the lack of female-founded companies that are raising. And I actually tried to explain this with my kids the other day. I have 3 and another one due in May. And I had my 5-year-old son and my 3-year-old daughter sit, and I said, right, I'm going to give you M&Ms, 100 M&Ms between the two of you to start a chocolate shop. You both have to start a chocolate shop with these M&Ms. You can sell them, you can exchange them with other chocolates, and I gave 1 to my daughter, and I gave 99 to my son. And there was outrage. My daughter burst into tears. My son immediately tried to give half of his M&Ms to my daughter. But when you sit there like that with kids who understand justice in an innate way that I think we as adults have often lost a sense of, you see also how much further my daughter would have to go in order to even get to the point where she had the equivalent of 99 M&Ms to trade with. And not only...
Or 45.
Or 45, but there are 2 things. Not only does she have fewer, she has fewer to make mistakes with. Because she has 1 M&M, she has to make the right decision with that M&M first time. Otherwise, she's out of M&Ms. And what does she hear? Well, that's why girls don't start chocolate shops. So I think there's a significant bias in the industry today. My attitude has always been, you just have to stick around and survive like a cockroach for as long as possible. And eventually, you talk enough about an issue, you show enough with what you're building and the data you're creating that there's a need and the opportunity is real and profitable, eventually the ecosystem will change.
We just have a minute left, Nita. This isn't just a technology issue, right? It's a whole of society issue. There's a lot of mistrust, a lot of hesitancy that can't be ignored here.
Absolutely. I think that we can't lose sight of that technology is going to be an enabler. It's going to be critical for driving the future forward. But when you hear the stories and you've experienced the inherent bias that's in the world, and that's, that has to be something that we take into account of. We have to make community engagement part of the solution. We have to educate. We have to move that needle forward so that it's not, we can't just think we're going to develop technology and that's going to solve all the problems. There's a lot of other enabling factors that need to come into play for this to work.
Any closing thoughts?
And I think ESG is the best way forward, right? Focus on ESG can make a lot of difference. We need that to embrace at the core of what we do. Probably that could be a good way to address all the gender, all the equitable access, democratization, transparency. And I think that's where we can find the...
Is ESG the answer?
Sorry?
Is ESG the answer?
I always worry about people who say, I'm not sexist or I'm not racist, right? It's the same with a corporation. If it turns back and says the core of I am pro ESG, fundamentally it means it missed the point. What we do, I'm a big believer that good business does good, and by doing good, it returns good too.
Okay.
I think it needs to be part and parcel, which is ESG. Yeah, but I think
and be the cockroach, as Sophie said. To my panel, thank you very much. Thank you to FII, and let's keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And we can.
Hello.
It's
Hola, ¿qué tal
how much
estás?
fun we'll just use
Welcome everybody
artistic
to
way
a
to get to the
fantastic
customer.
discussion in the round.
Really
It's
good.
already started over here.
Yeah. We're investing.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, but it's complicated.
Yeah. Sabas.
Gentlemen.
Sorry.
You are live. Your microphone is live. Everybody can hear you doing deals.
No secrets.
Nothing is off the record, as we say in TV. So, yes, we will have plenty of networking opportunities afterwards. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our round forum discussion on Latin America. We have an esteemed panel of guests for you today, and we're really going to drill down into tech, into investment opportunities, into startups, and of course the fantastic heads of business, the captains of industry I have with me. VC funding in Latin America rose exponentially, accelerating the rise of unicorns in recent years, not least in 2021, when some 18 unicorns alone were created. The pandemic has also helped accelerate digitalization, and the young population means that there are a hungry, tech-savvy workforce and startup entrepreneurs potentially in the making, just waiting in the wings. So the question is, where do we invest, how do we invest, and where is innovation and tech development really lacking? No finer men to answer those tricky questions than the gentleman I have here. Let me start by introducing Pierpaolo Barbieri. He is the founder and CEO of Uala. He is from Argentina. Please welcome him.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marcelo Lima. He is the managing director of Monachis from Brazil. Please welcome him also. Next, we have Sebastian Mejia. He is the founder and CEO of Rappi from Colombia. Welcome. Jose Oriemo is the chairman of JHSF Participações. And he is welcome from Brazil. Please join me in saying hello to him. You have to forgive my pronunciation. It's not my mother tongue. And last, but by no means least, to my right, I have Carlos Otati. He is the founder and the CEO of Kavak from Venezuela. Please welcome him too. Gentlemen, welcome again. We don't have much time on the clock, so I'm going to get started, but also want you to give a brief overview of who you are, what you do, and why you're sitting on this panel. Pierpaolo.
My name is Pierpaolo Barbieri. I come from Argentina, and we have a full-service neobank in Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico, servicing around 6 million clients to whom we provide financial services from accounts to debit cards, credit, investments, insurance, and merchant acquiring. And we onboard around 250,000 clients every month.
Fantastic. Marcelo, let me come to you. Tell me about your company.
Yeah, I'm Marcelo, partner at Monachis. Monachis is a leading Latin America venture firm. We are very focused on early stage, so we co-lead Series A's and seeds, and also we have a growth opportunity fund. We have $2.5 billion in assets under management, have invested in around 100 companies in the last 15 years. And it's interesting, we have started like 15 years ago, so we saw a lot of devolution in tech and VC in Latin America. So it's a pleasure to share a little bit more about these years here.
Thank you. You really have seen the evolutions, haven't you? Sebastian, let me come to you next. Tell me about yourself and your company.
Founder of Rappi, we're building the foundational delivery and e-commerce company across the region, serving 9 markets. We offer groceries, restaurants, and other categories, as well as financial services. And we build infrastructure for businesses to enable and digitize themselves and be able to participate in e-commerce.
Thank you. Jose, please tell me about your fantastic company.
Our company is JHSF Participações.
That's the way to say it.
We are a company focused on luxury business, providing different solutions for the high-end clients on real estate, basically real estate developments designed to first and second residences, a hotel and gastronomy platform to our brand called Fazano, also through shopping malls and some retail operations in Brazil. So our company runs some of about 25 to 30 international brands in Brazil connected to luxury retail, and also an airport designed for the executive aviation. So we work on ecosystem for the high-end client, and also right now integrated through a digital platform called JHSF ID.
Thank you so much. Carlos.
I'm Carlos. I'm from Venezuela. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been building companies most of my life, successful ones, the last two recent ones. Right now I'm building Kawak. It's an auto platform to eradicate fraud and introduce financial services to people that want to buy a car. And what we're trying to do is to get people into cars that have never bought a car before and help them throughout their lifetime value. And what we're proud of and what's our purpose is moving these people into the middle class today. 40% of people that buy a car with us is the first car that they buy. And what we're seeing is that once you buy a car, your wages go up after 24 months, double to where you were before. So we're just part of doing our part in terms of financial inclusion through an amazing tool like a car in the region.
Now, I'm going to come back this way, clockwise, anti-clockwise, just to keep things fair. You're expanding in the GCC. I've been watching the coverage in the media, listening on the radio to members of your company discussing the prospects for business. I think I'm right in saying that the region has, or certainly the UAE, maybe Saudi too, has the highest amount of cars per capita. Often more than one, often pretty nice. So a good place to be, one would argue, in the car business. Talk to me about your expansion plan. Why here, why now?
Yeah. So that answer has, I think, two layers that I have to unpack. The first one is what I thought I knew, and the second one is what I've learned in the past 15 days since I've been in the region, immersing and understanding a little bit more about everything that's going on. And on the first end, Latin America and MENA is very similar in many ways. From a cultural perspective, we're a similar culture, more similar to our counterparts in the US, I would believe. And the opportunities that we see are similar. Infrastructure doesn't exist, so if you want to build a business, you have to build several businesses and layers of infrastructure to make your business work. Rappi, Kawak, or one of those companies that we have to get into one business and build like 10 businesses to make that work. And we're, sort of like that first leg of entrepreneurs that had to build towards that complexity. And I think there's a lot to be done, and there's a lot of commonalities when you want to build a business in the region here, because everything is to be built. But what I learned in the past 15 days as I've been here is that the countries or the region is run very differently. As a founder, your job is to visualize something and then work every day to have it. And having that, being constant into building is the key to be successful. And what I found in my visit here is that the region has a vision. And the last time I came was 15 years ago, and now that I've spent some time here, you can see not only that the region has a vision, but they have a capacity to execute second to none. And what I'm excited about right now is that if you bring in, our knowledge and our experience building infrastructure, building technological companies, and work together with the local parties to help them build this vision, alignment is different. Here, every businessman that I talk to is supporting the ecosystem, wants to see it evolve. They're all part of that vision. They're all part of, how the country's going to look like. Back home, it's different because governments, they're very different in different countries. Businessmen, they still see founders and startups as the enemy, not as the solution. So the past 15 years just got me more excited about not only launching in the region, which we have, but leaning in further.
Very good, thank you. Jose, let me come to you. A broad portfolio, lots of diverse businesses, not least from real estate to luxury to private aviation. How do you integrate them? How does it all work seamlessly together? Is there a challenge there? I imagine so.
Yes, everything is, we are a 50-year company, and we developed our company for all those years based on the client and also on the client needs. So what is in common about all our business divisions is that they are all connected by the same client. So it's very, we are very used to see our clients buying our first homes, then spending their weekends on a project that belongs to the company also. For example, in São Paulo City and Boa Vista, it's a project that is 1 hour from São Paulo. Also used to buy in our shopping malls and stay in our restaurants, and also stay in our hotels and having lunch and dinner in our restaurants. And coincidentally, our airport, 90 or 95% is an airport dedicated to private aviation, and all the airplanes that are anchored there belongs to clients that used to be clients on the company before. So it's a company that is very focused on the client, and we try to make them more connected to the company and also more and more related to our services.
And digitalization playing a massive part in your business going forward.
Yes, that's right, because based on that, we developed what we call JHS FID. It's a kind of identity that our clients, they have in our group. And based on that ID, they can have many different benefits in each of our business divisions. And also, this program brought us the possibility not only to integrate them in a database, but also to provide them a loyalty program that we give cash back in different amounts based on the divisions that they are investing or they are consuming. So it's what we call J coins. So for example, if you buy a house at Boa Vista project, you collect 0.5% in cash back in J coins, and you can spend in our hotels, restaurants, and this is an integrated payment system that we are for 1 year testing, and we are going to bring more formally speaking to the market next year.
Thank you. Sebastian, let me come to you. Let's talk about tech ecosystems, what to do in countries or regions where it's not very well established, how to get them to that right place, the challenges and opportunities there for someone like you.
Yeah, I think entrepreneurship is one of the most important driver forces of progress that we have. As a tool, it really drives a country forward, a region forward. I've been very fortunate to see firsthand how that happens in our part of the world. We started a company back in 2016. It was a very, very nascent ecosystem. It was really hard to access capital. There was barely any world-class venture capital investor investing in the region. I believe back then you were talking about $400 million invested in the region. Just last year alone, we had $17, $18 billion invested. And I think if that mission is very important to us to drive progress, and we've seen firsthand how a company that becomes iconic and enduring and leads that part of the process can be a huge enabler. And in our case, we not only we do it through our product, when we serve customers, when we serve couriers, when we serve merchants, but we also see it, especially in the culture of entrepreneurship that we build in the company. And just out of Rappi alone, we have more than 150 entrepreneurs that have started very successful companies, that have hired people, that are solving real problems. So I think that lesson, if we assume that Latin America is a little ahead than the MENA region, are very, very valid. And I think with those lessons, you can take them and import them in the region and doing even better, and having local investors, taking the upside, reinvesting. We as founders, I think the three of us spend quite some time supporting the next generation of founders, investing in them. And I think those lessons are critical, and if done well, it's going to be an enormous catalyst of growth in the region.
When you say you're mentoring and investing, engendering, hot housing, whatever you want to say about the next generation, are you inspired or otherwise by what you see?
I'm very inspired. I think they are building companies with a lot of lessons and a lot of mistakes that we made before when we were starting out, and they're actually doing it better, and that makes us very, very proud. And that's the quality of talent, I think, is also a very important unlock. You have people that dream really, really big, but they actually know how to get there, and they have this builder's mindset on how to solve problems, create products, bring teams together, hire people. So it makes me very, very optimistic about the future with the quality of talent that we're seeing.
And I will come back to it, but the ones that think especially big, are they thinking regionally or globally?
Both, actually. Yeah. We think especially the more pure software companies, they are having a faster global focus. The companies that are more dealing with atoms, still technology, but dealing with the physical world, I think they take longer to expand. At least that's been our case. But you see founders that are dreaming really big, and I think we look at the emerging world, and I think the next generation of companies that are really iconic and enduring are not going to be the usual suspects from Silicon Valley. China is a different topic, but it's going to be companies that are coming from the emerging world that have broad ambitions and the teams and the capital and the products to actually become those companies. So
this is good.
Yeah.
We want to know how to invest in them. We will come back to
And
this.
just to complement and add one point here. When we started to invest like 15 years ago, the idea was to invest in iconic Brazilian companies. And we learned quickly, especially with our partnership with Rappi, is like the best teams in Latin America, several of them are not going to come to Brazil. So the Brazilian version become the Latin American version. Here we have 3 examples. So then, like Pierre is showing, like a company from Argentina can dominate the whole Latin America in digital banking. But then what we see there is the next step, and Carlos is doing this, I think, Jose also in a more traditional companies. A lot of these winners in Latin America eventually will become global companies, the same way that Spotify started in Europe. And we have several examples of this in Europe, from Asia. I think if we talk and have this conversation 10 years from now, we will see companies that were started either here in MENA or in Latin America that will eventually will become global company. And this will completely change the landscape globally.
No bad thing, one would argue. In terms of fund flows, investor appetite, capital used to be hard to come by. Not so much anymore, I hear, which is encouraging. Where are the investors coming from, and what are they looking to invest in sector-wise? What's trending?
In terms of trends, I think Latin America, and just to go one step back, I think Latin America is just an amazing place because on one side, it's a huge market.
Yeah.
So in terms of GDP, it's higher than India. In terms of smartphone base, it's bigger than the US. And if we look for the income per capita, it's not like Europe and the US, but it's much bigger than Southeast Asia, for example. So a lot of business models that are not sustainable in Asia, for example, they're worth to do in Latin America. So in one side, we have a big market, both consumer and B2B. Second, we have just a strong talent base. And it's amazing to see the quality of the founders getting bigger and bigger. And like Sebas was saying, like all these new founders are being inspired by either Sebas or Carlos or Pierre. And this is creating a kind of a new generation of founders. They're way better than we saw in the market 10 years ago. And I believe like when we started, a few funds in the US, they told us, it's impossible to have amazing tech companies in Latin America because you guys are not playing NBA. You're not even playing college basketball. It's a different league. And I think they were right, but they only saw the picture, not the movie. And the movie was, there was amazing talent, but this talent was going to consulting, banking, multinationals. And now finally, as they see that it's possible for Rappi, Kavax, new banks, Wallace, Neons of the world, they realize, okay, I can do as well. And this is bringing talent, an amazing talent, to the region. And when you combine this with capital, as Sebas mentioned, when we started several years ago, like in a good year, Latin America would see $300 million worth of VC. Last year was 17, but let's call an outlier. If it's 10, it's a lot of capital for the region. So it's like the market, the teams, the capital, and we start to see liquidity. If I stop now, the next question would be, okay, but how about the exits? And now finally we are seeing exits, either local IPOs, NASDAQ IPOs, and also companies in the region being acquired by international and local players. So, and what we see when we combine all of this is the wheels get in motion, and they get faster and faster. In Silicon Valley, it took 50 years for this to happen. In China, maybe 15 years, 20 years. I think in Latin America, in Africa, in MENA, this will happen faster because we are learning from all these different environments. And I think this is why, getting to your question, this is why a lot of investors are excited because they see the next geo in terms of, okay, I saw this in China, I saw this in US, Latin America is the next destination. So, and when we start to see more liquidity, and I think today we're lucky to have these 3 companies because we're very bullish that a few years from now we are going to witness their IPOs probably in the US, and this will really help to complement the ecosystem.
Okay, so secondary listings, so dual-listed companies coming from Latin America. Interesting to hear about the access to capital, and also the flotations, of course. But we can't ignore the macro situation, not least how badly Latin America was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Not completely out of the woods, not least with a lot of people. Humanity is one of our themes, so a lot of people still in poverty there. Talk to me about the playing field at the moment, if you will, because we have to be cognizant of the past. We know where we want to go, but there are headwinds, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we see in Latin America is something very similar to the Gulf region, in the sense that there's kind of two societies in each country: the people who are included and get to transact in the digital economy, and the people who are excluded.
Yeah.
And so we tend to operate in markets like Mexico, where over 50% of people have never had access to a means of payment that isn't cash. And we're convinced that 10 years from now, there will be no more cash. And so those people are completely outside of the economy. They cannot start their business, they cannot get a loan, they don't have a credit history, they cannot make investments, so they suffer inflation more than somebody who is included. And so our mission is for them to have the tools to be able to transact on Rappi or to eventually buy their car on Kavak. And if you give an account to everyone, as we saw in China or in India, you empower them to build their future. And that enables them to start businesses, to be able to take payments, and also to build a healthy financial life with credit and with investments that complements you, when you have less money than you need and more money than you need. And so that's what we do. And what we see is an opportunity, going off of what Marcelo was saying, of talent coming back to the region. We have 17 different nationalities in the team. I'm very proud to say that over 45% of my management team is female, and half of them lived abroad. And so they came back to the region because they see this opportunity and they see this growing ecosystem. There's over 100 companies that have started coming off of the Rappi ecosystem. And our companies will see people leave if they are successful and start new companies that Marcelo will then fund, so that then they can eventually buy their homes in their developments. But that creates a better ecosystem where the talent can stay there rather than go to Europe or go to the United States. And I think that's what we're starting to see in the MENA region, where there is a lot of financial exclusion as well, where there are opportunities in places like Egypt, where 70% of people have been outside of the system, or even Saudi, where 35% of the population has never had a debit card. And so there is a big opportunity there, but we need to make sure that that development happens to society as a whole and not just a subsection of it.
Can I add something?
Of course, please.
So one of my learnings while I'm being here is that you get asked a lot about the macro, and I think you have to be macro aware, but you have to be able to also separate that from the more secular trends that are happening in innovation specifically. We're all solving real problems. We're solving real problems with technology. We're taking a very long-term horizon. We're dealing in markets that have inflation. And when you're building companies and building technology, you're not focused every day on what's happening at a macro level, what's happening with the rates. You're just building and creating products that solve real problems for your customers and your audiences. And I think we need to be more discerning and ask deeper questions. You look at a market like Brazil, for example, that has an imminent election, but when you look under the hood, you realize that it's an incredibly entrepreneurial society, and the government is doing some of the most interesting, founder-friendly, innovation-friendly innovations in the planet, and that's happening despite whoever is in power. Right? So I think it's something to reflect on.
Carlos, I have to ask you, because we're in an environment where we have high inflation, people have potentially less disposable income. Are they in the market for a new car when oil prices and prices at the pump are going through the roof? Even in this region, might I say, I'm definitely paying more to fill up my car. Why launch now? You're aware of the macro situation, but still you drive on.
Well, I'm the wrong person to ask this question because I come from Venezuela. So I've seen everything fail. And when you put things into perspective, the markets look beautiful to me. And auto is an industry that is very resilient in the good times and in the bad times. It was the last industry to die in Venezuela. So I believe that I will be the last Mohican if everything goes to a terrible situation. But the reality is that my job, I have to look at the macro, I have to listen to what's going on, but ultimately what I have to do is shut down the noise and build. And there's a lot of noise. There was a lot of noise last year. There was a lot of noise a decade before that. There's a lot of noise today. What I've learned that I'm at my best and my team is at our best is when we shut down the windows, we got all the information that we needed, and then we just start listening to the only person that is important, that is our customers, and our teams, and just build. Like the world wasn't as good last year as everybody thought it was. It's not as bad as everybody think it is today. We're sort of living in the middle, and we need to zoom out, zoom in, zoom out to understand that, and that to understand that in 10 years, there's gonna be necessities that somebody has to build. And if everybody's paralyzed and freaking out like we see in the markets today, nobody's gonna build them, and the future doesn't get built on its own. But we also have, as founders, have to zoom in and understand a simple fact that capital now is more expensive. The people, there's a lot of more noise around us that can make us nervous and that can make us not make moves in the times that we should be making moves. And I'm sort of in the middle of the process, understanding, you know, what's my role here, and I live by a simple fundamental. You know, I don't tie my emotions to the summit, right? Like the biggest problem with the founder is that you're always trying to visualize where you want to be, and sometimes you tie your emotion to the summit. And the problem with that is that you're never going to be really there, and once you're there, you're going to have other summits that you want to climb. So like what I try to do is visualize the summit, tie my emotions to where I'm living today, make sure that I'm living the present in the most real way possible, and shutting down the noise and building. So that's my perspective, but I'm a terrible macro guy. I'm better in the micro.
Incredibly modest too.
Add one thing
Yes.
there, that this environment in the macro, we have a saying in Argentina that is, the macro always gives you an excuse. And in this particular context, I think that there's a lot of potential great ideas in the region that are features and not standalone companies that create opportunities for consolidation. And so this year alone, we've bought 2 companies, one in the buy now, pay later space and another one in the credit space, and one that allows small businesses that use our merchant acquiring tools to build their online store. And that wouldn't have been possible in the market environment 18 months ago, but it makes our ecosystem stronger and better and more accessible to more people. And so I think there are opportunities in this context, and the philosophy that Carlos is talking about, the building philosophy, can allow you to take advantage of key opportunities that may not have been available in a different market environment.
What has been some of the most interesting conversations you've had on the ground in that respect, and what's your take on the region?
I think the most interesting conversation I've had in the region was at one of the dinners around FII, discussing the opening up and the changing philosophy toward entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
How 10 years ago, the vision toward an entrepreneur, a senior official at a ministry in Saudi told me that her family wouldn't have allowed her to marry an entrepreneur. And today the situation is very different, and it's encouraged, and we see a lot of growing ecosystem with talent coming back from abroad. And so this diaspora of talent that the GCC has had historically, of people that go study abroad and often stay abroad, now they're coming back and starting companies here. That attracts new capital, and that attracts new possibilities, and people like Carlos that are coming in and betting on the future of the region. And so I think that change in philosophy and opening up has allowed for the creation of a local ecosystem that may be a few years earlier than Latin America, but it's headed in the same direction. It's the direction of digitization, innovation, and more growth for the region, and also the diversification of the industries that traditionally underpinned these economies. And so from my perspective, I think that what is very interesting is that sometimes innovation used to come from the big conglomerates, and now it's being championed, developed, and grown from entrepreneurs that come back to their own country. And it kind of resonates with my story after having spent so much time in the US and coming back to my country, and so I love to see it here.
It's good to hear. Jose, let me come to you. What's your take on this region? Because your model is not dissimilar to many of the big family-run companies here in Saudi Arabia, also in the UAE.
Yes, just going back to macroeconomics on Latin America, I agree with all them, and we have to just also to consider that maybe Latin America in the past was not the same, was seen as a great economy as other places in the world. But right now we see there are a lot of challenges around the world. So Latin America is not different anymore. Like all the challenges that we have there, for example, inflation. We have inflation in Brazil for a long time, and Brazil learned how to deal with inflation. And we are seeing a lot of countries coming to Brazil today, or coming to the companies there, asking how do you deal with inflation and how you are going through these days. And Brazil and also Latin America is seen somehow as a benchmark in some of these new trends that we are seeing in the world. Of course, we have economic and also political challenges, but I don't see them much different than other places in the world. And at the same time, we have great opportunities in Brazil. That's important to say, and the great opportunities in Latin America. We have internal market, we have internal demand, and that's a point that for our overview is very important to consider when you take the Latin American and global perspective. We as a family-owned business, we are expanding outside of Brazil and to United States and also to Europe, and we believe that this the challenge related to an expansion plan and to an expansion strategy are to keep our DNA connected and also being able to establish the same kind of business that we established in our base region in other places in the world.
It's interesting. What advice would you give to families who are, there's that second, third generation point, isn't there, in the handover continuation of the business? Often a flex point. A lot of the companies in this region are really seeing their growth go through the roof. It's gone exponential at this pivotal time. What would your advice be to them in this new digital age and in this time of challenging macro factors?
Yes, the macro effects are the same, like being like when a company is second, third generation is the same is the same challenges that of them in each of the stage that you are in the company.
Okay. Marcelo, I want to come back to you. Sebastian was talking a little bit earlier about the kind of mentors that we have around us, these titanic brains that people want to tap for advice. What kind of a leader would you be? What kind of advice would you give to the startups, certainly in the tech space that we're seeing in Latin America right now? You said that they're making mistakes. You said that some of them are very familiar to you. What would your advice to them be today? What are you telling them?
It's a very good question. What I would say, and very aligned with Carlos on this.
Yeah.
It's better?
Perfect.
There is a lot of noise in the market today. Like there was noise last year, there is noise today, and the founders, of course, they have to see what is happening, especially in terms of funding, but they have to continue to focus on their business.
Yeah.
And what we have done as Monash as a venture firm is, of course, sit with each founder and avoid kind of cutting kind of advice, and try to understand each company and share advice. There is kind of more customized for each company. And of course, it's obvious to say you have to extend runway, you have to cut cost, but beyond that, you have to continue doing your work. And it's focused on having a sustainable company. It's focused on providing a good experience for your customers. And if you do that, there will be plenty of capital for you in the coming years. We saw, and this is very connected to the conversation we had about Latin America. We have been working on Latin America for 17 years now. And if you put together Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, we have seen a lot of economic rise. We have seen Brazil in its worst economic rise between 2014 and 17. We have seen crisis in Colombia. We have seen huge inflation peaks. We have seen a lot of impeachments, like in Brazil, in other parts of. So there is a common element in this region, volatility, and sometimes instability. But there is one thing that never changes. Our companies, and this is true for our portfolio and out of our portfolio, they keep growing. Especially when there was no capital available, they keep growing. And they were able to attract capital when there was no capital. Like Rappi, when they raised some of the rounds, there was not SoftBank, there was not Tigers of the world, and they were able to pull it off. So I think now it's easier. So our advice for the founders is focus on the business, focus on the most important thing at the end of the day is having a sustainable company, and you will get there. But if you focus too much on the noise and you design your strategy based on what is happening, if the market's good or bad, eventually you might have big problems. And I think an interesting element, some of the founders we backed in 2013, 14, 15, like Rappi, they were companies that were used to this reality. So when the environment changed now, they're completely used to this because they saw the market without capital. They saw the market with a lot of instability. So for them to adjust was way easier. But for founders who were born into the last 2 years in Latin America, the last 3, then it was easier. There was more capital, was easy to say, like, what is Latin America? So regardless, it's very hard to say what is going to happen in the next 2-3 years in Latin America, but I can tell with a lot of degree of certainty in the next 7-5 years, there's going to be an amazing opportunity for founders. So if you focus on the next day, and you'll be fine.
Okay, keep the ice in their belly. Just keep focused. Pierpaolo, would you agree that that is sage advice? And 5 to 7 years, is that an interesting timeline for you too?
I think even before that, I think that difficulty builds resilience. It happens to people, it happens to countries, it also happens to companies. And so I think that that's the philosophy with which we build, and I think that we share it because in this region we've had so many ups and downs in the macro that we have to focus on that and building the best teams. And so I go back to the idea that what differentiates good companies from great companies is the quality of the talent. And so when you can attract that talent to go back to the region, especially when like in Latin America or in the Gulf, a lot of people had used to be going abroad, bringing that talent back is essential. And I think that when I think about the future of Latin America, I think of building services in Latin America to export, not just regionally, but globally. And these companies that have grown in moments of distress and difficulty with the macro challenges are generally more resilient companies that can operate in new markets with a different degree of confidence and ability to execute.
Yes, and very much more attractive to investors too. The less spooked the CEO is, the less spooked the investor, arguably.
Well, I'll tell you a short story on this. When we launched in Mexico, a journalist in Mexico said to me, what is it like arriving in Mexico? It's so uncertain what the president will say one day or the other. And I say, well, I come from Argentina where we've had a debt default and 3-digit inflation since we launched. And so, Mexico to us is a paragon of stability, and the same with Colombia. And so in that sense, I think that resilience is a very important tool, especially when you're trying to build companies that innovate and change business paradigms.
Yes, very interesting. Picking up on the talent pool conversation, of course, now you're putting down roots in the Gulf, Carlos. How inspired are you by what you see of the local talent pool, and will you be transferring specific skills and knowledge from your company in LatAm to the region?
Yeah, so the way that we came into the region was with partnering with a local team. So we bought a local company with local knowledge that understands the ground, and that's the way that we like to do it. We come here just to we come here just to provide a service, and we want to make sure that we're providing that service with local partners, with local everything, with local support. And what we can do for our partners here is help us with the strategy, with the learnings that we had before, with the infrastructure, with the capital, the resources, and spending enough time to make sure that we understand that we don't understand the region to help them. So they can guide us as well through that transformation, and taking any learnings that we get from building here, taking it to our other countries. My expansion and the way that I think about my business is through a learning phase. Every country that I'm at, I'm not there to take the market. I'm not there to make it the biggest company alone. I'm there to learn something from that. There's a strategy behind it that's going to provide something better to my company as a whole. So I have to be very strategic around how I do that. And what we've learned that the best way to do it is, if you can, partner locally and make sure that you extract all the learnings from that partnership that you can for the whole business. And that becomes my job at the end, is just hearing everything out and then just trying to make decisions that take us in the right direction.
Yes. We've been blessed with an extra, how many minutes? 5? Oh, well, I'm being told 4, so I'll take it to 6. So here we go, chaps. Quick round, very quick questions to wrap up. Jose, your key takeaway from FII, fantastic event again this year, the 7th edition, Investing in Humanity. What's your takeaway?
Yes, it's very impressive. For me, it was the first time in Riyadh. I have been to Jeddah 12 years ago, so dramatically changed.
Wow, yes.
So it's my first time here, but how we see the perspectives and vision of the country. It's a great honor to be here and also to be able to share our some of our business and understand better what you are doing here. It's really, really impressive. Unprecedented on the real estate industry. So for me, it's a great honor to visit and to understand better about the country.
Shukran, as we say, it's an honor to have you here. Very quickly, you have 10 seconds on the clock, Sebastian.
I think this hotspot of optimism in the world that you see in this region, in Saudi, and not only the big vision, but the ability to execute towards that mission. I feel everyone operates like a company in a really entrepreneurial way, and I think that's a lesson for the world. And we need to get closer to other parts. That will be my second learning. I think what we know, our region, I still think that we need to get closer because we share a lot of cultural traits.
Okay, thank you. Bring the global world a little bit closer together. Marcelo, 10 seconds for you.
I think, and thanks again for inviting me. It was great to be here. And I think there are a lot of uncertainty in the world, like conflicts and inflation, recession. But I think overall there's a lot of optimism about the future, especially medium long term. And it was great to come here and see that a lot of things that we see in Latin America are present here, culture-wise, but in terms of tech opportunities. And it's good to see, and coming from Latin America, seeing here in China, it's more and more we realize that Silicon Valley is not a region, it's a mentality, and it's becoming a global mentality. It's not there, but it's in Latin America with these 3 examples. It's in other parts of the world, and in the future, I think, as a society, we'll reap a lot of benefits of starting to have this exponential entrepreneurial evolution.
Okay, one word for you, Pier Paolo. Will you be back?
Yeah, we'll definitely be back. Beautiful, 100%. Beautiful time. Thank you for having me. And I think this focus on the future is amazing.
Lovely. Carlos, you'll be back, obviously. I'll see you in Dubai in a matter of hours, no doubt.
For sure. That's what I'm taking away, that I spent too little time and I need to probably come here and spend a month immersed.
You must.
There's only one word for this region.
See Alula. Riyadh is fantastic. Jeddah is beautiful. Alula is spectacular. And on that beautiful note, thank you very much. Muchas gracias para todo. Thank you to my esteemed panel.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention and time, and welcome to the most important session of all, which is the question of how do we use vaccines to address chronic human disease. So I'm here with Mei Hu, the CEO of Vaccinity. She and her co-founder Lou Reese, who's the executive chairman, are building a company that has the potential to have the largest impact on humanity of any medical company out there. Full disclosure, I'm very proud to be a co-founder and vice chairman of the organization, so I am most definitely biased, but also enough knowledgeable to know the potential. Mei, may I call you Mei?
Yes, Peter.
Talk to us. Most people know vaccines as something they use to vaccinate against childhood disease, against a viral infection, but people don't realize that vaccines can also be used to protect against chronic disease. Would you speak to that?
So let's take a step back for a second and think about vaccines in the sense of being the most prolific and impactful medicine to date already, right? If you look at 100 years ago, if you were a kid and you were born, you had a 25% chance of not making it to your first birthday, and 50% chance of being dead by the time you were in puberty. With the advent of vaccines, we doubled our life expectancy over the last 100 years. And the reason is we not only were able to prevent these infections that you're talking about, but we were able to do it en masse throughout populations. And that's been one of the key differentiators of vaccines in medicine.
Vaccines, most people don't think about it, but vaccines are at a price point unlike most medicines.
Yeah, I mean, you look at COVID pandemic as an example, and there are billions of vaccines that were actually affordable to everyone in the world. So we're talking tens of dollars, things that anyone in almost any country can afford. That is why they were so impactful for the last century in getting us to where we are today. So the challenge today is we are now dying of chronic diseases. So chronic diseases account for 70% of deaths.
Examples of chronic disease.
Heart disease, diabetes, stroke, asthma, Alzheimer's, anything that is really caused by your body's own production or overproduction or misfolding of something. So we have external diseases like COVID, viruses, infections, and then we have chronic diseases now that are really caused by ourselves. Because the body is smart. You know, you're an evolutionist. It's we're meant to procreate and then die.
Yes, pass on our genes and then not consume the resources that our next generation would use.
Exactly. Little do they know that actually resources are abundant.
Yes.
So we can keep going. So today we have a different problem, and it's of chronic diseases. Now, we as humans have been, incredibly innovative. So we've developed this new class of drugs called antibodies, and they're almost magical against chronic diseases, right? They're 7 of the top 10 selling drugs in the world.
So most people would know them as monoclonal antibodies.
Yeah.
And so what is a monoclonal antibody?
So monoclonal antibody is a very complex drug that's produced and grown in a giant vat in a bioreactor outside, and then used to, treat particular problems and pathways in your system. So again, 7 of the top 10 selling drugs are monoclonal antibodies, and they're incredibly effective and safe. But the problem is that they're limited in their applicability because they're extremely expensive and difficult to administer. So most of them are either via IV infusion or you have to inject yourself. So they're a pain in the butt. And the average,
literally.
They're literally, yes. and most of the time they have to be refrigerated.
Yes.
I think, and the average cost of a new monoclonal antibody in the United States is over $100,000 a year.
Wow.
So that's just impractical for the world.
So how many monoclonal antibody drugs are there in the marketplace?
there are over 100, so there's over 150 types of these antibody drugs.
And just full disclosure, I use one. I use a monoclonal antibody called Repatha, which I inject every 2 weeks into my belly fat right here, or my thigh. And this monoclonal antibody costs me about $10,000 a year, but it drops my LDL levels, the bad cholesterol, it drops it by 50%. And I go from the red zone to the green zone. But it's expensive, and again, it's every 2 weeks. Like on Monday, I'm gonna go back and inject this. But if I'm gone on a month of travel and it's gotta be refrigerated, it's difficult. I can afford it, but that's an example of a monoclonal antibody produced in a vat someplace up in New York, and then I buy it in 5 ml aliquots.
And you're able to buy it.
And I'm able to afford it, yes.
So even though 80% of the world right now is vaccinated against all sorts of other vaccine-preventable diseases, less than 1% of the world has access to monoclonals today.
Yeah, the most advanced. It's a first world rich person's drug.
For sure.
Yes.
Now there have been attempts to make them cheaper through biosimilars and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, they are what they are.
Yeah.
And it's the same process. So maybe you can make it a little bit cheaper, in different parts of the world, but they're still expensive, and they're going to be the last line treatment. So that's where we come in, or the idea of what if you could bring the efficiency of vaccines that we all know and give our kids, but we now apply them to chronic diseases.
So let's define what a vaccine is and what it does. So you go to the pharmacy or your doctor and you get vaccinated, you get a small injection of something into your arm. What is a vaccine and what does a vaccine do?
So by its simplest definition, a vaccine is just something that stimulates your immune system to have a response.
Okay.
So hence the COVID vaccine, right? We get boosted with COVID vaccine, and that tells our body to develop antibodies that will protect us from a COVID infection. So with chronic diseases, what we want to do is we want to give you a vaccine that teaches your body to have an immune response that develops antibodies, something like a monoclonal antibody, but to different targets. So like a target of PCSK9 to lower your cholesterol, a target of aggregated amyloid to slow down the progression of Alzheimer's, a target of CGRP to prevent migraines.
So to give the example, we talked about a monoclonal antibody, again, the top selling drugs that cost thousands of dollars. They're produced in a vat and then you inject them. But the concept is, what if instead of having the monoclonal cost $10,000 produced and you have to inject it every 2 weeks, what if you could use a vaccine to get your own immune system to produce the same antibody for free, and that lasts for many months?
You got it. What if you could turn your body and everyone's body here into its own little bioreactor and antibody factory?
So is this theory or is this practice?
So it's being implemented right now. So we at Vaccinity have developed a vaccine platform over the last couple decades, in fact, and it's been in 8 clinical trials thus far, and shown that we can, in fact, get your body to produce antibodies against almost anything that we want it to.
And anything against even internal targets in the body. Now, but isn't that going to cause an autoimmune reaction?
So that's the thing that you want to look out for, and that's the thing that we've overcome. So your body's super smart, right? When you're growing up, your body gets trained, and probably through your teenage years, it gets trained to know what to attack and what not to attack. And one of the things that it doesn't want to attack are things inside itself, right? That would cause autoimmune disease. So we know, and that's something that we develop over time called immune tolerance. So that's why most other vaccine technologies, they have trouble overcoming this immune tolerance. Okay, if you give someone a vaccine through traditional technology that's trying to get it to develop an antibody against something internally, it won't. Your body's smart, it doesn't want to do that. So that's where we've kind of tweaked the system, tweaked our technology to be able to overcome that challenge. And the trick is you have to do it safely. So the analogy I use is we put a sheep in wolf's clothing. So wolf is something that's outside. It's everyone knows that you want to stay safe from it, and the sheep is yourself. You want to protect it, right? So with most other technologies, you put the sheep in, and it knows it's not going to attack it. But we want your body to develop antibodies, in this case, to prevent disease. So we clothe it in just enough of wolf's clothing to make it look like something that's foreign and that your body should protect itself against. And that's what sends the signal to say, like, hey guys, look, we got a wolf in our midst. Activate all the defenses and begin producing these antibodies.
So you mentioned Vaccinity has a number of vaccines against a number of the top chronic diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, but there's one in particular which you're here in the region talking about, which is the #1 killer of everybody here. It's the #1 killer in MENA, and it's always been assumed that you can't protect against it in this fashion. Can you talk to us about what it is and what the promise of this vaccine is?
So heart disease is the #1 killer in the world. In the US, here, almost everywhere. It kills 18 million people a year. That's 50,000 people a day. And it continues to be the leading killer. And the biggest travesty is that we know how to prevent it. It is not a hypothesis, it is proven. And the way you do it is you reduce the cumulative exposure to LDL cholesterol, which is the bad cholesterol, over time. That's it. There have been millions and millions of patient years to prove this. That's why we're on statins, So we know how to do it. And frankly, we have tools to help us do it as well. We have statin drugs, and we have this new class of drugs called PCSK9 antibodies. But the problem is we don't do it today, and thus it is still the #1 killer. And that's what we're trying to solve.
So the product that is going into human trials now would be a vaccine that does what? How often? How cheap could it be?
Yeah. So what's the goal, right? We want to lower LDL cholesterol from whenever you have elevated, so that you have reduced cholesterol, which reduces your overall risk of cardiovascular event. So over 85% of all cardiovascular events can be prevented if we lower cholesterol early and long enough. So what we're trying to do, and what a vaccine approach should do, and what anyone should want to do, is figure out a way to do that in a large population. Okay. Let me take you through a patient year. You have high cholesterol. You go to your doctor. The first thing they're going to do is put you on a statin. Guess what? Statins are a pain in the butt. They're a pill a day, and you don't feel sick while you're taking it. So after 1 year out, over 50% of people that are prescribed statins, so these are people who need statins, are no longer taking them. Not only are they not compliant, they're just not taking them. Without taking a drug, it will not be effective. Okay? So then...
That reminds me, I've got my pills to take.
So then, so now you need statins, you're not taking them, and a few years go by, and God forbid you have some sort of cardiac event.
Yes.
All right? Now you've had something, and now you should be on statins again. Again, 50% of people, even after they have a cardiac event, 1 year out, are not taking the drug. It's incredible. So there are some people that, even with statins, cannot get their cholesterol to a low enough place. That's when they go to this next class of drugs called PCSK9. And I think that's what you're on.
Yeah, so I'm on that monoclonal antibody at $10,000 a year, injecting myself every 2 weeks. It works amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's miraculous. It's expensive and inconvenient.
Right, so less than 1% of the population that needs it even has access to those antibodies, okay? So the problem with that is they're not reimbursable. You're paying out of pocket, most likely. Even though they're the most effective drug, they're difficult to take, and less than 15% of insurance, even in middle-income countries, will reimburse for it. So medicines are not effective if they're not taken.
Right.
Okay, so where does a vaccine come in? So the idea is, what if we could teach your body to produce these same antibodies for free and lower your cholesterol, but instead of taking it every 2 weeks, you go in maybe twice a year for a shot, and maybe instead of the cost of $10,000, it's actually less than the cost of a statin.
Tens of dollars?
Let's say $50.
$50.
Yeah. So what if we could say, we can vaccinate the world, lower their cholesterol, and reduce heart disease across the globe? What if we, 1 to 4 times a year for $50 per patient, we could eliminate heart disease?
That would reduce a lot of suffering. I think the number is heart disease kills 40% more people than cancer does.
Yeah.
In women, 3 times the rate of deaths from heart disease and breast cancer. It's pretty amazing.
It is still the number one killer. And I think I said this before, the biggest travesty is we know how to prevent it.
Yeah.
So that's where vaccine comes in, but that's just where the idea of vaccines and democratizing health. We know what to do. Why aren't we doing it? We need to make it more affordable, and we need to make it more convenient. We need to make it so that people don't have to change their entire lifestyle to be healthy. We need to make sure that we make the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard.
So Vaccinity is a U.S. NASDAQ-listed company. When do you expect we'll have this product on the market? What's the timeline for this?
So it's actually relatively quick. We've done all our animal testing. We're actually going into human trials imminently, so in the next 6 months. And then the development pathway is actually quite accelerated for something like PCSK9, because there is a very measurable output. Does your cholesterol go down or not? And there's a very direct translation with whether your cholesterol goes down to whether you're going to have a heart attack or what your risk of a heart attack is. So I'd say the development timeline is about 3 years for the whole program, which means that within 5 years, we have the possibility to have a widely available solution for heart disease.
I mean, I just wonder what the economic impact population-wise for something like that would be. I mean, it's hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of benefit to society. There's an element of Vaccinity that you and Lou Reese focus on, which is different than traditional pharmas. And pharmaceutical companies historically have looked at maximizing profits because they've made investments of tens of billions of dollars over decades they have to recover.
Yeah.
And it's business, and I get it, but I think there's an ethos to Vaccinity which is different, which is worth pointing at. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's enabled by our technology. Okay, so we have a mission to democratize health, and that means get the best medicine to everyone and make it accessible to anyone that needs it. But we have that conviction because we have the technology to do it. Most biotech companies now, what they do is the business model is you focus on small indications, like orphan indications. So maybe you develop a drug that can serve 100,000 people, and you charge a lot of money for it, okay? Because you need to charge that money in order to recoup your
I
investment.
mean, a CAR T therapy could be $500,000 to $1 million. Gene therapies in the market are $1 million.
Yeah, this is $1 million per patient.
Yeah.
And the reason is because they're expensive, and the population that they're serving is small, so they have to charge that in order to recoup, right? So we have a technology that can be available to the masses and scaled up. So the number game switches. So instead of charging a lot, we can charge a little, maintain the margins, but serve a broad base.
Like hundreds of millions of people.
Like hundreds of millions and billions of people.
Yeah.
So this technology, maybe I'll give you a little background. It actually came out of Rockefeller University. It's mentored by 2 Nobel laureates. And the first commercialized application was actually in animal health. So it was developed for a different pandemic, something called foot and mouth disease. I don't know if you guys ever remember this, but in the UK there's a big foot and mouth disease outbreak, and they had to burn lots of cows. So we were asked by a national government, can you develop a vaccine for this?
Which national government?
Actually, the government of Taiwan. They had a big livestock outbreak there. So we did, and it was successful. And then we entered the largest market in the world, in Asia. And even though we were 6th to market, so it was already fully saturated, and everyone who said, you know what, you don't have to bother going in there, it's already saturated, the products are working, and we said, well, no, we want to try, like we're safer and we're more efficacious, so, like don't worry about it. Well, we want to be commercial, so we went in there, and it turns out within 3 years, we captured 50% of the market. And it was because it was safer. And you know what? If you're a farmer, you do not want your livestock to get sick. Because if they get sick, that means that they don't eat. If they don't eat, that means they don't convert into food, which means you lose money when it goes to the slaughterhouse.
So we've all been educated about vaccines over the last 2 years, for good or bad reasons. And we hear about mRNA vaccines, which require super cryogenic storage and transport. What kind of vaccine is Vaccinity manufacture, and what are the attributes of it?
So we're a platform for mass distribution. So we do require cold storage, but normal refrigeration. So anywhere that you can get a cold Coca-Cola or fresh flowers, you can deliver our vaccine. You can do that same infrastructure. We're working on technologies to be able to lyophilize them or send them at room temperature, but right now it's normal refrigeration. But the good news is, like I said, 80% of the world is vaccinated. There is already an infrastructure to deliver these type of products all around
and you've
the world.
been delivering the animal vaccine versions of this in rural China to farmers for a decade.
Yeah, we've been a key element of the food security in China. And I can tell you, I've been to some of these farms. It's like they have less infrastructure than most places. So if we can get there, these vaccines can get almost anywhere.
The category of vaccine is?
So it's called a synthetic peptide. There's no biological agent involved in these vaccines. Synthetic peptides are basically made out of little amino acid building blocks. All right, they're very, very small. They're very safe. They're inert by nature. We've just figured out a way to mimic natural biology with these synthetic peptides. So, if you're going after, so for the animal health vaccines, foot and mouth disease is highly virulent. All right, this is BSL-3. No one wants to have it. In fact, in the US, there's only one place in the world that even has this virus, and it's on an island because it's so virulent. So we've manufactured these vaccines in China in the middle of Shanghai City because there's no biological hazard.
What I'd like to do, because we have a manageable audience, is open it up for any questions that you might have. I'll repeat the question if you have one. Lou, I welcome you to add any additional points you might desire, but this is not your typical vaccine, right? We're not talking about vaccinating against, though there's a COVID-19 vaccine as well the company has, but this is vaccinating to repair the mistakes that your body gets during aging. As we grow older, our bodies were never designed to live past age 30. And so how do you rein it back in, and how do you get your body to operate within its normal specs?
Yeah, maybe I could use another example.
Please.
Talk about something in brain health, all right? Because I'm looking at it, it's the future of vaccines. What are the global human health needs?
So what are the future of vaccines, Meme?
Yeah, so our friend, Ken, did a big survey at a massive financial firm, and they said, what is the thing that you're most afraid of, right? And this was actually in the middle of the pandemic. And guess what? It was not COVID. It was Alzheimer's. People were overwhelmingly afraid of Alzheimer's. Now, Alzheimer's, like heart disease, is one of these diseases, like most chronic diseases, that don't just happen overnight. They build up over decades before you ever see a symptom. So just like you don't just have a heart attack, your arteries get clogged and stuff like that until you have a blockage. Alzheimer's takes decades to build up also. So starting when you're 40, 30 even, your brain is producing these proteins, and they begin to clump, misfold, clump, and then start to create a little havoc in your brain. But it's not until you reach a certain threshold that you actually begin seeing symptoms of early cognitive decline. So we imagine today vaccines are preventing things like chicken pox in our children, right? What if you can think of vaccines in a preventative way for stuff like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's? That's where I think the future of vaccines is going to be. We're going to be preventing these chronic diseases before they actually start.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of sick care, which is where we are now, right? You get sick, then we treat you. Why can't we use vaccines to actually deliver health care? So one of the things with Alzheimer's, for instance, is there was just a recent approval, or a recent readout from a monoclonal antibody that showed for the first time definitively that with this antibody, you can slow the decline in cognitive, decline in Alzheimer's patients. That's great, all right? But that means they might give you 6 months to a year. What if you started taking that 5 years before? That would actually give you many, many more years of healthy functioning before you ever got the symptoms. So that's where I see the future of vaccines. Now, what is necessary to enable vaccines? Life is an ecosystem, right? It's not just one tool. You actually need different tools. So one of the things that I think is also happening that will impact the future of vaccines is diagnostics. So ways to see when you're at risk of a disease. LDL cholesterol is a great one for cardiovascular health.
Easy to measure.
Exactly. We need the same things for the brain. And so that's where all these genetic biobanks, these diagnostics, these biomarker companies, they are part of this ecosystem that is delivering these tools so that in the future, within 10 years, I bet you go to the doctor and you get a blood draw, and instead of just seeing cholesterol, you say, okay, these are my brain health metrics.
Yes.
You know what? You have a little too much amyloid, Peter, and you have a little too much tau. I need to get you on something to slow that accumulation down so that I can manage it and prevent and lower your risk of having Alzheimer's 10 years down the line.
It's preventative instead of reactive. We have a question here, sir.
Or if you just talk, I'll repeat it.
My name's Adam Jackson from FII Institute. My question is, what's the relationship between stem cell research and vaccines? Is there a relationship? And if there isn't, could there be a relationship in the future where you simply take a vaccine, which then does almost stem cell repair automatically in your body?
So today there's they're both pioneering technologies, and there's not a direct relationship today because vaccines work with your immune system, and which is more complicated than just a cell, but there absolutely can be potential in the future. So the thing with vaccines is it can develop antibodies to target specific pathways. So if we can find pathways that can be activated in the future that will involve stem cells, there may be some complementary function. Now, the beauty of vaccines is they're complementary to most other types of drug forms. So vaccines can be used in conjunction with antibodies, with small molecules, with other injectables, and so it can be used on top of or in addition to stem cell medicine. So one of the idea of vaccines is, why not go first line? So if you have a disease, you know what? Right now, let's say I have a migraine. My first line treatment is going to be take something called triptans. I don't know if anyone here has migraines, but they're a pain in the butt. I mean, well, literally they're a pain, but the medicine is not very good, okay? But we force ourselves to go through all those types of medicines to get to the really good, more expensive medicine. What if you gave someone a vaccine up front? Maybe not everyone responds to it, but that's okay. No one responds to everything, but at least you have a baseline, and then on top of that, if you need rescue meds, you take that, or if you need supplemental meds, you take supplemental antibodies. I could see vaccines and stem cell therapy having that type of relationship where you have a first-line treatment that's extremely accessible, and then if you need to augment it, you go through the next line that may be a little more expensive, right, and more personalized, but practically speaking, it becomes a personalized medicine regimen for you. So,
I'd love to keep the questions going. Is there another question here that someone might want to ask? Yes, please. The young lady over here in front.
Yeah.
There's another microphone coming. Go ahead. No, can you bring her the microphone? Thank you.
Hello. Oh, okay. And now this is working. Hi, I'm Nita Madhav from Ginkgo Bioworks, and I had a question that's more along the lines of infectious disease vaccines. I was curious if some of the new technologies out there could make vaccines, especially for flu, for example, to be more efficacious. I was wondering, there's the trend now towards a universal vaccine, and so I was curious your thoughts on that.
Well, there are a lot more people working on infectious diseases. There's all sorts of things that can make things more universal. One is just studying of the actual biology of viruses, right? Can you identify the conserved regions? Can you develop epitopes for those conserved regions? So there's a lot of more basic discovery. And then in terms of universality, there's the idea of increasing cross-reactivity of the antibodies that you develop, and the potency of those antibodies. So yes, but it can be done in many different ways. It could be from the strength of your adjuvant. Can you improve your overall potency of the response that you have, versus breath? There may be technologies that actually for infectious agents can increase the polyclonal nature of your response. That would give you bigger breath when attacking a virus, or finding different epitopes. So, like I said, we at Vaccinia are more focused on chronic diseases, but if you want, I'm happy to put you in touch with folks that could explore infectious diseases more with you.
Other questions? Yes, please. We have another question right here.
The industries?
Yeah, there's a microphone right there.
Thank you. What about, just out of curiosity, the industries that would profit out of the people who have these chronic illnesses, but who wouldn't really need? Like, you see all these pills that Dr. Diamandis just took. So, for example, the industries that manufacture these pills would be at a situation of loss, if you want, if people were to start taking your vaccine. Do you feel like they would oppose you? You would get some opposition or something like this?
Listen, I'm gonna take this on first, and I'll pass it to Mei. A chronic disease, by definition, is one that doesn't go away, and we see this in different parts of society, including medicine, where, unfortunately, it's in the interest of companies, and I'm a capitalist. I've started 26 companies, and I love building businesses. However, if you've got a business that is preying on something for decades, rather than investing in fixing it and curing it, I think that's an immoral approach to strategy. So if we are able to crush companies that are, by preventing the disease in the first place, God bless.
I like to think that most people are trying to do good and do things for the right reasons. And I don't want to say that vaccines are the silver bullet, because they're not, right? They won't work for everyone. They won't solve everything. They won't prevent every disease. And so life is a combination of lots of things, right? Like, if we wanted to be healthy and prevent most of these diseases, we'd eat better, we'd exercise, and we'd sleep a lot.
Yes, something we're not doing here at the event.
Right? But because we have the lifestyles that we want to live, we have drug interventions to help, and we have supplements to improve, so to enhance our immune systems, to enhance our natural functions. So I don't see it as much as replacing certain industries, although of course we will be displacing some, but that's the nature of innovation, right? Innovation is about progress. And if you don't innovate, it's like Lou was talking to me about the Stonehenge, right? There are all these people who work with stone. Well, when iron came around, you could move to iron, or you could keep working with stone until everyone moved to iron, and then you were the last person that worked with stone. So, this is the natural evolution. And I'm just showing you one path of where I think the future of healthcare is going to be and what the role of vaccines can play in that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mei. Other questions? Lou, would you care to add a little commentary on what you've heard? Please, Lou Reese is co-founder and executive chairman of Vaccinity.
Hi, everybody. Thanks. I have a tendency to talk too much, so just tell me to shut up if I start to bore you. I wake up every day, and I talk to people all around the world, just like all of us do. And the thing that I find people looking for a lot of the time is purpose. So they do the things they should do. They wake up, they put on their shoes, they brush their teeth, they go to work, they take care of their kids. But you ask, so many people, are you happy with what you do with your life? And they say, no, what do you mean? I have a job, I go to work. And I am blessed and cursed with never having that problem. So I wake up at, whatever stupid hour in the morning, not enough sleep always. And I know that I was put here, and my purpose on this planet right now is to eliminate as much unnecessary suffering as possible. And what we're trying to do here, and what we're doing actually here, what we've proven in billions of animals around the world, what we've proven in thousands of humans around the world, 8 different clinical trials across broad different indications, is that for the first time in human history, we can actually make the best medicines go from the bottom of the pyramid to the top of the pyramid at the same time. We don't have to have the people just with the most money, just the 1% getting the best drugs first. We can have the best drugs available in sub-Saharan Africa, in India, in Riyadh, and in Geneva at the same time. And to me, that is a moral imperative. That's the reason that we do this. And it's not hypothetical. This is something that we're actually doing. And I believe that fundamentally that's the purpose. I tell people, if we were sitting in the same room 700 years ago, the most expensive thing on the planet was available to less than 1%, and it was a book. And the reason was the same 1% had to write those by hand. There weren't copies. You didn't share a copy with your friend. You didn't email them an Audible. These things were the most expensive thing on the planet. More expensive than gold, more expensive than salt, more expensive than the things that have caused the wars of the world. And a single simple invention, the printing press, reduced the cost by 5,000-fold. This is the printing press of biologic drugs. They're currently only available to less than the 1% around the world. We can print these for a fraction. I'm talking less than 1,000th of the cost. We can distribute them from sub-Saharan Africa to India to Southeast Asia to Central America to literally to Riyadh and Geneva at the same time. No one's ever tried that. And I believe that this will not only change the direction of health for humankind, but I can't think of a greater thing to eliminate unnecessary suffering. So I feel blessed and privileged to be here, and blessed and privileged to be working every day on this project. And our commitment, and Mei is tireless. Our commitment is literally, we're going to do this. It's going to have this amazing impact, and it's our blessing to be on the journey. So I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Lou. I invite all of you to stick around and speak to Mei Hu and Lou Reese, and thank you guys for the work that you're doing. And excited to, I'll close on one last question, which is, what is why are you here in Saudi and in Riyadh? What's the mission?
Well, cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer, not just in the US, but here. And we're here to build an army of compassion, of people that align with what we're doing and want to support it. And so we need several things to do that. We have the technology, we have the technical capabilities, but that's just one part of the chair, right? Of course, everyone needs resources to do it, but those things will follow. And really what you need is, you need infrastructure, So ability to run these studies, and then we need the cooperation of the governments, because ultimately they're going to be the ones that are our customers.
And deploy this at scale to
right?
keep their people safe. Yeah.
Yeah, this is ultimately the customers are the national health systems who are going to deploy this to their citizenry to try to prevent these diseases. And so that's why we're here in Riyadh, which is to share what we're able to do and to find partnerships of people who want to join, whether it's here in Riyadh or in their own regions, whether it's for cardiovascular disease or the moonshot of Alzheimer's.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mei. Thank you, Lou. Thank you for your work.
Peter.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Right on time. It's a great article.
Sorry?
It's a
Welcome. We're going to be talking about philanthropy and particularly the role of investors in philanthropy. I'm Nick Gowing. Let me just give you 3 or 4 really critical facts, which are a background, but an important background to what we're going to be talking about. The world needs $47 billion because of the level of humanitarian challenges. That is up 15% from last year. Last year, it was only 41 billion. Enormous, but still an incredible increase. Not helped by what has been happening in the last year. 100 million people have been forcibly displaced in the last year. That's up from 82 million the previous year. In all of this, who pays for it? Not just governments. Philanthropy is an enormous booster and accelerator, and that's what we want to get to in the next 25 minutes. Philanthropists donate necessary resources to help overcome the scale of crisis and real negatives that we're now seeing in so much of the world. So that's what we want to discuss. Let me introduce our panel. First of all, Isabel Giordano, who's head of Group Philanthropy and the General Delegate for BNP, the French bank,
Yes.
but the Paribas Foundation. Just tell us what the foundation is and the relationship to the bank.
Well, the BNP Paribas is one of the oldest and one of the biggest foundation in France. It's, of course, linked to the bank, and I would say that it incarnates the strategy of the bank because we act in 3 fields of intervention: solidarity with youth, women, and the refugees priorities; environment with 6 million euros call-off project in biodiversity and climate change, which is quite unique in Europe. And we also support creation in culture, in jazz and modern dance. But our tools, our specificities is social innovation and impact, because I really think that the measure of impact is very important in philanthropy.
And the bank has a direct relationship with the
Exactly.
foundation.
Member of the board. Yes, it's the role of the company.
Right, let me go to Sophia Swire, just back from Pakistan. Sophia, you have an enormous CV of the kind of things you've been doing in many difficult countries, summarized by this wonderful picture of Sophia not so long ago with a large number of kids in Islamabad in a safe house. Just briefly, what do you do?
So I've been in love with this region for most of my adult life. I've spent 30 plus years working with women in Afghanistan and Pakistan through education, digital literacy, and employment opportunity. And I'm now launching a venture capital fund to invest in SDG-aligned businesses, so the United Nations global goals.
And you were an investment banker at one point.
I started out working for 3 years. I was in the city before I went off to the Hindu Kush way back when, and set up a number of schools on the Afghan-Pakistan border, yes.
All right, Khaled Khalifa, you're the regional representative for the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. And the data I've given is the kind of challenge that you are facing.
That's right. UNHCR is now catering for the number of people of concern for UNHCR has exceeded 100 million, as you rightly said, between refugees, internally displaced people, asylum seekers, and stateless persons. We are operating in 137 countries in the world with 400 offices and 19,000 staff members. However, the needs keep outstripping our resources and the problems keep increasing year by year.
But you're here because philanthropists, those with money, are critical for you to be able to operate.
100%. We cannot handle the responsibility alone. We need to work with the private sector. We need to work with philanthropists and business people.
So in the next 20 minutes, what we want to do is ask, why should investors care about humanitarianism? Are there newer, more effective ways for helping people escape a crisis, or at least to have the level of the crisis actually diminished? Let me ask all three of you then. First of all, Isabel, what's your view about what needs to change?
Well, I think there is a role, a very important role for the private sector. And I'm sure times have changed since COVID. There is a new philanthropy, but there is also a new role for companies and for big group like BNP Paribas. Just to give you an example, the total amount of the corporate philanthropy at BNP Paribas is 53 million euros, which is quite an amount. And you can change the daily life of women, of refugees, of researchers with such an amount. And since COVID, people have a growing awareness of solidarity, and that the companies has a role to play, because as we are among the first sustainable bank in the world, we have also the conscious of our responsibilities. You know, big result means big responsibilities. So I'm sure there is a need of more support, more agility, and being more maybe active, more proactive to change, to have an impact on society. So this is really, as you said, the role of the philanthropy as a booster, as an accelerator of the social and environmental
really
transition.
The booster and accelerator.
Yes, really.
I don't think many
because
people know that.
philanthropy, you know, means taking risk, doing making possible the impossible. So this is really part of our job as a foundation. But I'm sure there is also something that changed with the new generation that push us to have more impact on the social rights, on the injustice, and on the research for the climate change, for instance.
Sophia, the question therefore is how to re-engineer philanthropy to the business people out there, to the politicians out there, to understand the enormity of the challenge, but how others can help, those with money, the kind of people you talk to.
So I think that it's really all hands on deck at this point. The world has a business plan fashioned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. You're wearing the badge. There are 17 of them, yeah. And I think that you mentioned that we're $1 billion short for humanitarian needs. I think it's something like $3 trillion a year that we're short of investment into companies that are delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. So I would say to the investors to look for venture capital and private equity and other initiatives that are able to deliver on those goals, be it gender equity or climate action or health and well-being and so on. That's one thing you could do. The other thing you could do is you could imagine the consequences of inaction. So if you look, for instance, at Afghanistan, which I know most about, in 1990, USAID cut all funding to Afghanistan at the end of the Soviet era because it was no longer politically expedient. As a result of that, all of the madrasas that had been set up along the Afghan-Pakistan border became radicalized because the only source of funding was a radical group. And we won't go into any detail about that, but there were consequences for the world that took place a number of years later, and that impacted the bottom line of every single company on the planet. So I think that there are economic as well as political consequences for imagining that you live in a world where you don't need to take care of people who have less than you.
So Khaled, how do you see it from the UN point of view, from the High Commission for Refugees? You can't just magic up money when there's a crisis, but you need to magic up money. Why should investors be interested in supporting the kind of work that you do?
I think, Nick, the world has become much more interconnected than ever before. And the businesses also do not operate in a vacuum. They operate in the same areas where humanitarian situations also happen. We have experimented and we studied the return on the investment in real dollar terms in certain countries. One of the recent, not so recent, it's actually about 7 years ago, in Lebanon, studies that was conducted in Lebanon proved that every dollar spent on a Syrian refugee in Lebanon had a return of 2.1.
And that's measurable, is it?
That's measurable. It's a study that was conducted by California University with the WFP, and they concluded that every dollar spent on a Syrian refugee in Lebanon generated $2.1 in GDP. And by the same language, another study that was conducted between Rwanda and Uganda proved that every dollar spent on a refugee in those countries had a return of $1 to $1.5 in multiplier effect for the community, the host community. So the business case is there. Businesses need stability. We work for stabilization. We work for sustainability. And I think the win-win situation is very clear in this situation.
Well, let me ask all three of you, do you think business understands that? You're a previous investment banker. You are working for a foundation created by a bank and run by a board, which is the same board. Do they understand the issue of returns?
I think they understand because they think that you cannot succeed in a world that failed. So this is the main point. But also, if you support education, if you support a university, if you support researchers on climate change, you can bet on it. You can bet that maybe this creates the future leaders, and maybe we can even imagine that the future leaders, the future managers will be committed managers. This is our philosophy. This is what we trust in.
Sophia,
but of course, we are not businessmen. We are philanthropists as a foundation. But bankers can be also have an idea of philanthropy.
I'm probably being very crude here, Sophia, but you've just been in Pakistan, where 33 million people are affected by flooding, which is a massive catastrophe, as the Prime Minister here was saying a couple of days ago, the Pakistani Prime Minister. What's your view about how that kind of predicament can be attractive to philanthropists?
Well, I think that is a pure humanitarian play as far as I'm concerned. There will always be a need for humanitarian and philanthropic interventions.
But with impact on communities and infrastructure.
Yes, I mean, it's devastating. I mean, what I would do if I were the Prime Minister of Pakistan is shift energy from fossil fuels, from coal-powered plants to the run-of-river. 60% of Pakistan's energy needs could be fulfilled by the Indus River. And so I would just say incentivize people to use nature for solar, wind, and water going forward.
But connect that to philanthropy, can you? What is the attraction? How can philanthropists get involved and therefore be useful in that kind of predicament?
Okay, so there's a model there, for instance. There's an initiative run by SRSP and AKRSP, the two biggest philanthropic groups in the Hindu Kush. They've been setting up what they call microhydel projects to tap into run-of-river power. And some of these have been damaged and the waterways have been damaged in the floods. So in this situation, I would say a philanthropist could come in and write the checks to help them restore those initiatives. And then if there were an appetite for, say, social impact investment, then this could be commercialized. And philanthropists could come in and they could underwrite the cost of these power plants, which cost around, these run-of-river power plants, they cost about $1 million each. Each $1 million run-of-river power plant fuels off-grid electricity and schools and medical clinics for 1 million people. So if philanthropists underwrote that to the tune of 50%, then it could become a very attractive investment opportunity. So that I would say public-private partnerships, marrying the private sector with philanthropic dollars is one of the models to look at going forward.
Do you have to deal with philanthropists, Colin?
We do.
But you personally?
Personally, yes, I am an advisor to the High Commissioner for Islamic Philanthropy. And part of my job...
I should say that clapping came from somewhere else. Not because of what you said.
I wish it was. But part of my job is to look for innovative ways of funding our programs. And we are looking into new ways of doing business, and we were talking about that before the session. One of the last programs that we launched in September in the margins of the General Assembly is a new fund for refugees that is implemented with the Islamic Development Bank and the Islamic Solidarity Fund. We already have $100 million in that box, and this money is going to be invested, and we will use the return only. We are not using the capital. Donors can get their money after 10 years, or they can contribute it forever if they wish. And we think that this is one of the new models that can generate sustainable funding for the humanitarian system.
Well, let's move on. And Israel, I know you want to talk about this anyway, and your finger is up, but I would like to move on very quickly to how things are changing. We're probably looking through things in the old paradigm. What is changing, particularly with the new generation?
This was what I was going to say, because you're talking about businessmen, but businessmen, we can see it here. It's also young
women.
entrepreneur of 30 years old, you know, people from the tech for good, they are attracted by philanthropy. And everyone is philanthropist right now, because you also have an emerging solidarity, an emerging philanthropy from the employees. In the companies, we can notice that people are more and more engaged and committed. Regarding Pakistan, I would take the example of BNP Paribas employees who have given money, given support to Pakistan, even if they are far away, even if they are based in Germany or in France.
But you've got a lot of next gen
Yes.
who are philanthropists as well.
Yes.
How much is their attitude changing?
Oh, I think it's 100%.
What is happening?
This is a new generation, and this is also mainly because of COVID. This is also because people know that we are going to face more and more crises, refugees, climate refugees. This is increasing. So people want to have a better life. They want to have more solidarity. They want that the relationships between people are different, and they want another kind of work.
So they don't worry about a return. Is that what you're saying?
No, not all of them. Not all of them.
And
we can see this regarding the way they work, the way they ask for new jobs.
And you're nodding vigorously there, Sophia.
Well, I just because I wanted to sort of jump in really to say that you don't have to compromise returns. The fact is the whole world is shifting towards a need for social impact, for renewable energy, the mental health crisis, partly as a result of COVID, partly as a result of screen addiction, and I think with the metaverse, everyone's going to go finally cuckoo. The mental health crisis is something that is going to need addressing through the private sector. So there's going to be opportunities to make solid financial returns and have measurable impact that can be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. So I say it's not just a question of people being willing to take less. I think that actually the whole world is moving in that direction, and if you're not on that boat, then you're kind of missing the boat altogether.
How much do you think the principle of social impact investing is really understood and accepted increasingly?
I think it's understood in some countries more than others. I don't know the extent to which it's understood here yet. And I think that there could be a lot of work done to explain the difference between maybe philanthropy, humanitarianism, and social impact. And I would just quickly define it as a social impact person, or a social impact activity is investing in something where you know that there are going to be financial returns as well. Whereas philanthropy is writing a check, and the humanitarian is generally the person that devotes their time to actually delivering on the ground.
How much, Khaled, do you think that message is getting through? The fact that we're doing this panel here at the FII, the Future Investment Initiative, is it an interesting statement of interest that this is actually central to addressing some of the problems? But what about the problem that there is the old way of doing things, which is still very much in people's minds?
I think the message is getting through. We are seeing an increased interest from the business sector. We are seeing an increased interest also from innovators. And we have to admit that innovation in the humanitarian system is not an easy task. It's much easier said than done. We are always looking for new ideas and new actors, and we are having those. They are coming on a daily basis. We have people who are interacting with us, sending us ideas, and we are listening. One of the examples, again, people were complaining about the overhead rates, for example, in the field, and we reduced those to zero in certain situations so that we can create a kind of partnership between the organization and the philanthropist. So I think the message is getting across. We are making a change in the field, and it's a snowball. Once one program succeeds, it leads to another program, and so on. And this is the only solution for humanity, in my view.
We only have a couple of minutes left. We're at a deeply gloomy moment, economically, financially, socially around the world, potentially with much worse to come. How much do each of you fear that this is going to make it even more difficult now, even if the principles are changing, to raise money?
I don't have no fear because I believe, and I'm really optimistic because I'm realistic. I do think that profit and growth is not the only goal for a company. And the CEO who has understood this, he's the CEO of the future. This is the company of the future. And greed is the ancient world.
But whether it be
This is the past.
private people or big corporations or big institutions, they're all going to be stressed by liquidity problems, which means cash.
Yes, but I also believe that people are passionate nowadays for social justice.
Sophia.
So I'm not fearful because I think that policies are changing. For instance, in Europe, companies are now required to essentially publish the whole value chain for their fashion, apparel, and homeware manufacturing process. So companies like Jane Mosbacher-Morris's To the Market, put your hand up, Jane, her company is really making a huge success now because there are legal obligations to do certain things in a certain way that weren't there even 6 months ago. So I think that there is an economic investment opportunity to invest in these companies that are delivering this on this new paradigm. Yes, there's less money in America. Yes, there's almost no money in the UK. But hey, we're sitting in the one place in the world where there's more money than anywhere. And I think that what I've seen, much to my delight, is a great awakening here in Saudi Arabia. Did you know that 60% of the new businesses here are founded by women? Over 50% of graduates here are women, and the fastest growing rate of female entrepreneurship in the world is in Saudi Arabia. So I have hope and faith for the future.
And Khaled, last word. I gave those statistics at the beginning 25 minutes ago about $47 billion needed, up 14% from last year. 100 million people displaced. Do you fear there's going to be a divergence between economic prosperity and the ability to help you?
Very much so. I am very fearful, to take the opposite viewpoint. I'm very afraid that in the middle of all the economic revolutions that we are talking about, and going to Spain and venture capital and all of that, we might forget the 100 million people who are forcibly displaced, the 700 million people who are living far below the poverty line, less than $2 per day, and they're struggling to put food on the table to feed their children tonight.
Khaled, Sophia, and Isabel, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So we've
Thank you
looked
very
at
much.
re-engineering philanthropy with a degree of concern. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.